And I said to him, she's going to take every one of the swing states plus Iowa. And he said, oh, but the numbers are so close. I said, I'm a political analyst. I'm telling you right now, the numbers are there. She's taking this election.
As we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters, and I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots.
Tell me right now, Trump didn't win Pennsylvania.
We have a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a huge, huge achievement for Donald Trump. We're back, baby! It's hard to think of a political comeback that is actually more significant than this one. I'm tempted to say Richard Nixon, but that really falls short.
I have no interest in listening to a single Democratic politician ever again.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight?
Right. And we do have some breaking news from the decision desk. NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House as this country's 47th president.
I went to sleep and I woke up and the whole country is saved. Oh, thank God. Thank God I know good God. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so pissed off.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Why? 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 Do you really hate me that bad?
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
I voted for Democrats my whole life. They never did anything they promised. They would come to the black church and sing some Negro spirituals with us and then disappear, peer. Once they got our vote, they never did anything they promised.
Is that what they did?
I vote for a Republican once in my life. And this dude done did everything he promised on steroids. He ain't even been in office 2 months. And everything I voted for, I'm getting.
Okay.
It's amazing. Do he sleep? Like this dude, if he sleeps, he wake up on a mission to do what Nakia voted for. He said, Nakia want me to fix that border. I'm on it. Nakia want to make sure them tax dollars is being spent for Americans more than anybody else. I'm on it. Like this dude wakes up. I feel like with me in mind, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he be thinking about me.
You do?
It's like being at the casino.
Really?
You put in that Democrat coin. You put it in and you pull the thing and you're going to win. You're going to win. You put in another Democrat coin and you pull the thing and no, you didn't win. You put in that Republican coin.
Tell us about
I put in a Republican coin for the first time. Pulled the
You won. You won. Okay.
I freaking won.
You won.
Wow.
Wow.
So you know what that tells me? That tells me to never vote for Democrats again in life. Ever. Because you're not going to win with them. I voted for a Republican once. And hit the jackpot, honey.
Hit the jackpot. Yes,
I will continue to do that again and again and
again and again and again and again. You know what? You can't get enough of that. What Charleston White talking about?
If Trump offered you a position, would you take it?
Sure will.
What would you want to do for the government?
I want to speak to the black people for him. What you can't say to them, just tell me what you want to be known, and then I go tell them.
What's your name? Charlemagne the God. What's your name, nigga? LeBron James.
Yeah. You got to have a certain. It's kind of like what they was doing with the rappers coming to speak to the culture. I could talk to both the educated and uneducated blacks and get my point across. Yeah, so I would make a great spokesman for a politician like Trump.
If Trump offered you a position.
Oh, Charleston White. Shout out to Charleston White.
This fucking political party, the Democratic Party, have lied to us about everything.
Lied to you?
They've lied about being the party of the middle class. They've lied about being the party of peace. They've lied about being the party that wants to help poor people.
Yes, I'm following you. Yes.
What the last several weeks have proven to us all is that this is a cadre of criminals and losers and spoiled children of affluent parents who were more concerned about looking good than actually doing good. These are people who were more concerned about looking like they were doing something for the American people than actually doing things for the American people. And that's why I'm so angry. Because this party lied to me while stealing my tax dollars. The Democratic Party lied to us all while they brought in millions of illegal immigrants for their own political purposes for the last 4 years. 20 to 30 million illegal aliens brought in. And now we come to USAID being probably the largest money laundering operation in American history. Congratulations, Dems. You've outdone even Bernie Madoff.
Bernie Madoff?
I'm disgusted beyond words. Disgusted with the waste of money. Disgusted with the waste, with the fraud. With the way that you people use color legitimacy, and the way you use black people as fucking mules to get us to push whatever fucking agenda you wanted to. The amount of division you used black people to sow upon the American people, you used us for that. And I will never, ever forgive this political party. The shit that I've gone through personally. Y'all were supposed to be the party of free speech, the party of women's rights. You have immolated all of those things. And then, as if enough weren't enough, you then decide that you're going to die on the hill of USAID, a government audit. You're trying to prevent a government audit because some of you really are trying to stay out of prison. We see the game now. Y'all been out here telling us that the game was rigged against certain people. Well, now we found out who the people that were rigging the game were. Congratulations. Y'all are never going to win another political race ever again.
You seem angry.
Not if I can help it.
Not if you can help it. But you know, what about the church, though? You know, I heard everything you said, and I agree. I do. But the black church, what are they talking about over there? What are they saying? Because, you know, they be crooks and scheming and stuff too. What's going on over there? Let's see. What'd you say, Jamal?
I feel bad for them coons in the White House who are in there tap dancing for massa, wearing bow ties, shinning and grinding, laughing like nothing is funny. I ain't afraid of the spooks that sat at the door. These runaway slaves hiding in the White House gonna throw my picture up thinking that I'm gonna be afraid. I feel bad for them coons in the White House who are in there tap dancing for massa, wearing bow ties, shinning and grinding, laughing like nothing is funny. I ain't afraid of the spooks that sat at the door. These runaway slaves hiding in the White House gonna throw my picture up thinking that I'm gonna be afraid.
Yeah.
I feel
Don't
bad.
be afraid. Hey, don't be afraid.
The Democratic Party, I'm going to say it tonight so that you won't be confused, is the Antichrist Party. It is anti-family. And I'm going to say this, you're not going to believe it, but it is anti-black folk.
I believe it.
You are only needed for votes. You are only loved when it's time to get your votes. There's no real care about you. And see, we still stuck, and we got that thing ingrained in us that this is the party for the black man. It is not. The party has changed.
Okay.
Black people, really, to be honest with you, have never been the priority. They have only been used. Go back and look at the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We've all given Democrats credit for that, but Johnson was the one that wanted to pass it, but he couldn't get enough Democrat votes to pass it. It was the Republicans that pushed and passed the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Go tonight and look it up. Look at Wiki, W-I-K-I, put it in there, 1960. He couldn't even get enough Democrats to vote for it. So he had to go to Republican senators in order to help him out.
I mean, look it up for yourselves. But of course, what we're all here for, the man with the plan is in the building. Shout out to Trump. Shout out to Trump. Yes.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Kamala, you're fired. Joe Biden, you are also fired. While Trump is greeting everyone, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity to turn up one more time because tonight is a big night. Okay, we're gonna have some fun tonight. So one more time before Trump gets in there.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Shout out to Beyonce, President Trump. Welcome everyone in tonight. You are here with Politicking with Portia, and we will be covering the joint session of the Congress with our beloved President, Donald J. Trump. I mean, wow. It's such an exciting thing, and I'm looking forward to whatever it is he has to say. Yes, USA. This is the renewal of America, the renewal of the American dream. That's our president right there. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all be sure to hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Hit the cap. Welcome to the show. We got J.D. Vance and the Speaker of the House back there. People are looking happy to be there, clapping, except for the Democrats. I hope that they put the camera on Jasmine Crockett's face tonight. Yes, this is what we're looking for. Oh, Dwale, you say I should be in there. I would love to be. I wish I were. I wish I were. Hey, badass. What's up, badass? We got Latino, Jewel, badass, Dwale, Mrs. Helen. We got Tropes. The one and only Tropes. We got Kabuta. Shout out to Kabuta. Who else in here? Did I miss somebody? Did I miss anybody? I think I got everybody that's in here so far. Welcome in, everybody. Hit the like on the way in. And if you're feeling generous and you want to sponsor a Negro for reparations, hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. You see that smile? Look at him. He happy. He happy too, Trump. We happy too. Call to order. Call to order. Let's get into it.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
Melania. Oh, beautiful as always. Yes, we're clapping for Melania. Such a beauty. Yes. First Lady, Melania Trump.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Yes, yes it is. Yes it is. It is. Yes it is.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years.
Yes.
And we are just getting started.
We're just getting started, folks. Let's go. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. And thank God for Jesus. Thank God.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
For Jesus.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
Absolutely. I can feel that.
The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades.
It was a mandate.
We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
Let's show 'em. It was a mandate. Absolutely. Yes. It was a mandate. Look at that. It was a mandate. This is what happened. It is. Yes.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Big with the B. You see, they are clapping and they're turned, they're pointed towards the Democrat. Yes.
And won counties in our country,
Y'all
2,700 to 525.
You did.
On a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
Yep, that's the map.
All right.
This is the map.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
The most ever.
I love the background music portion.
Oh, thanks.
Very patriotic.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
Yeah, Mike Johnson, let him know. Let him know.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session.
We will get you up out of there. Absolutely. Get you up out of there. Yes. Yes, Mike Johnson. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Get him up out of there. Yeah.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir.
Sit down.
Take your seat.
Sit down. You got a cane. You can hardly
Get him up out of there.
To engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order
and get him out of there.
Damn right.
This gentleman from the chamber.
This white man just put that black man out. Hey.
They're gonna say he racist now.
Get him out. Restore the order. Sometimes you got to get the Negroes out. Sometimes you got to put the blacks in.
Yo, blast shit again.
You know, sometimes the blacks think that they can do whatever they want.
Members
you know,
are directed
and a white man has to remind
uphold
them.
and maintain decorum in the House. Mr.
Maintain
President,
decorum.
continue.
Yes.
you.
Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth
Amen.
all across our wonderful land.
We're off to a great start.
The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
Yes, you are. Wow. We are only roughly 5 minutes into it, and a black man has already been kicked out. Wow. Wow.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it.
Favorite president.
Within hours of taking the
Mine's
oath of
Teddy
office, I
Roosevelt.
declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and border patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Ever. Let's get it.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way.
Yes.
In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month. And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
Trump, to him, look at him.
Uncle Trump.
Look at him.
The one put in the middle finger. Right? No?
Look at him, Trump.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is the art of the deal. Trump is playing chess right now. You see how mad they? Yeah.
60.
Yeah. It's okay. Y'all are. Y'all are.
Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
Yes, Trump, yes. Shout out to Doge and Elon Musk. Yes.
I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
Yes, yes.
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term.
And just like you eliminated Kamala Harris. Yes, yes, yes. We understand. Trump, we're listening. We're listening to you.
And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
You're fired. You're going to get fired. That's what that. Fired. Yes. Yes. Fired. Yep.
And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
First Amendment, yes.
Yes, sir. You can say the F word now, but I'm not going to say it right now.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
You know what? Yes. Yes, Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Latino, I know you're on the panel, but you know, you got to speak English.
I renamed the
Yes,
Gulf
yes, yes,
of Mexico
yes. I agree.
the Gulf of America.
The Gulf of America, yes.
Yes, because it is America.
This is
true.
North
or
And
south,
likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again.
Thank you, Trump.
Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska.
Shout out to 12th Man.
We've ended the tyranny
Thank
of
you,
so-called
Borsha.
diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Yes. Yes.
And our country will be woke no longer.
No more woke. Yes, Trump.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important.
I want to let you guys know that Sam I Am is being a hater in the chat. Sam I Am is being a hater in the chat.
You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the
Damn, he has a great
official
tan
policy
today.
of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Only two, like God intended.
It's only two.
Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
And Adam and Eve and Steve. Yeah. In the casket, Kimmy Cakes.
I also
Absolutely.
signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
You hear that, man? You hear that, man?
do that. Sam, I am. Pull up whenever you leave the bar, if you can. Hey, Peyton. Did she stop playing sports? We're not going to do that. Not tonight. Shout out to you, Peyton. Shout out to you.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up
Elm
grocery
Street.
costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
Thank you, Trump. If anybody's selling food stamps, I'm going to drop my email.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
Food stamps. Send me an email. I'm going to post my email in the chat if you're selling food stamps.
I can get, send my email.
A major
too,
focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
Absolutely, Trump. Let's go.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency.
Shout out
As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled
Let's
to go
go.
and get it. It's called Drill Baby Drill.
Drill, baby, drill. Yep. And shout out to Texas, because without Texas, we would not have all of that lovely oil.
Thank you for keeping us
My
warm.
administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where
thank you
Japan,
and
South
people for
Korea,
keeping
and
us
other
warm, Courtney.
nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Yes, sir.
Brian, it is lovely indeed. It is lovely indeed. Shout out to 12th Man. 12th Man, if you're
To
listening, go
further
ahead and hit
combat
the link.
inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but we'll be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Please. Trump, I'm broke. Please. Thank you. My taxes. Yes, please.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
All right.
Doge.
Shout out to
Perhaps
Doge.
you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Kimmy Cakes, no, not yet. Not yet.
Which
That's
is
my boy
headed by
Elon.
Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
That's my
that's
boy
the richest
Elon.
man in the world. Shout out to Elon Musk.
Shout out to Elon Musk.
They hate him. There you go, Elon. Tell everybody that they
Elon.
broke.
He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this.
He don't need
Thank you very
nothing,
much.
Trump.
We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that.
But they
Just
broke,
listen
Trump.
to some of the appalling waste we have already identified.
They're broke.
$22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for.
Really quick, I'm going to get right back to it. Trump, they're broke. They're broke. $400 billion is this man's net worth. They're broke. They're sitting down. You're broke. It's okay.
Illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of.
Wale, what do you think of
$60
that?
million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real.
It is real.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams.
Stacey
Have you
Abrams.
ever heard of
Stacey Abrams. Shout out to Stacey.
A $3.5 million consulting contract for lab fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local
Politics has made us huge.
innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation. And we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old.
Even to 300, Trump. Even all the way up to 300. Let them know.
It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought,
Talk
Bobby.
to him, Trump. Let him know, Trump. Tell him what time it is. Let him know. Let him know.
He cooking right now.
He is.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. One person between the age of 240 and 249. And one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country.
Yeah.
But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
Trump.
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Trump.
Please.
My taxes, Trump, my taxes. Yes.
Damn well we pay too goddamn much.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
Absolutely. Look, no. Trump. Mm-hmm.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. Mm-hmm. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
Yeah. If they're not going to work, they shouldn't be getting paid. All right? Because I pay for that. Mm-hmm. I do. I pay for that. Y'all pay for that. Mm-hmm.
And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately.
That's the apprentice.
Because we are draining the swamp. It's
yes, we are. Yeah,
and the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
Oh, Trump. Make them mad. Make them mad. Make them mad. Shout out to Tommy. Tommy Sotomayor.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that.
Trump,
But I know this
don't help
group is
them.
going to be voting for the tax.
We'll give them advice.
help them, Trump.
Let them be delusional.
Let me and my man have our kids. Trump, we're gonna have children, and let them grow up first. Okay, don't give them any hints. I'm looking forward to Republicans being in control for a very long time.
We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great
Let's
seniors.
go. Let's go.
Trump, I mean, that would change everything. It would change everything. Overtime, please, everything.
Yo, he gets that done, Republicans will win.
And
for
I
the next 20
also
years.
want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Oh, Trump, come on, Trump. You know most of us ain't got American-made cars, Trump. Come on now.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that
Honda.
they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
Wow. Shout out to Honda, Indiana. Wow. Well, badass, we know that you're all American.
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country.
It will. It will. It has no choice. It will.
In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term.
Yeah, we did.
If you don't make your product in
Trump,
America,
you're
however,
better now.
under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada. But we have
Shout
very
out
large
to Latino
deficits
and
with both
Sam
of
I
them.
Am
But
for the
even more
Cash App.
importantly, they've allowed
Thank y'all
fentanyl
so
to come
much.
into our
Sam
country at
says
levels never seen
church.
before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and
Latino
many
says
very young,
reparations.
beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any
Absolutely.
longer.
Yeah, thank you, Trump. I want my $5,000. I want my $5,000.
Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won.
She's going
Apple
to put you on the couch.
announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world.
Yes.
Has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market. Announced a
Mhm.
$165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA.
Yes.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Let's do that, Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer.
Yeah, shout out to the American farmer.
Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me. And they did.
China.
They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7
Salute,
children
Slick
with
Rick.
his
Hey,
beautiful
Tom
wife,
Gully.
Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff.
Yes, Slick Rick. We are not the Messiah, but the president of my beloved country, the
Thank you,
United
Jeff.
States of America.
Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting America.
Quick pause. I have to say, a howdy, Texan, even to Tom Gully. Tom Gully, hopefully you haven't been impacted by the tornadoes, the sandstorms, the orange sky. I got home today and my main window was busted out. My neighbor's trash can, because the trash comes tomorrow, they were inside of my house. So, Tom, I hope that everything is going well for you. If you guys were tuning in earlier, as I was driving home from work, I saw a trampoline lift into the air and fall right in front of my car. You guys would have to go back and see that. But to everybody that's in Texas, I hope you guys are staying safe and you've brought all of your patio furniture. If you're in the DFW area, you've brought it inside. Okay, you brought it inside and you have your vehicles parked safely in your home. Shout out to everybody in Texas that are in the midst of this storm. Be safe, please.
American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh.
Sorry to pause again. So, Tom, when I was at work earlier, they were making the announcement, and this was during the stream, so if you guys were here, y'all heard everything. They were saying that we had a stay in place order, so no one could leave because of how bad the winds were and the tornadoes. It is only 9 o'clock. They're supposed to be hitting here within the hour or hour and a half or so. And Tom, they told everybody that they could not leave. The reckoning of the parents, it was insane. It was insane. Yeah. So the parents came up there acting a fool, and it was a disaster. It was a lot going on, but we ended up leaving around like 1 something today. So yeah, everybody in Texas, y'all just be careful. Those of you that are in the purview of the eye of the storm, while the tornado has not hit yet, the winds have, and those of us impacted, we're just picking up the pieces. It'll be okay. We'll be okay. No lives lost as of yet. But tornadoes in Texas, they're not a game. So be safe.
And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Melania.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world.
Trende Guawa.
Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to.
Shout out to the ones that serve and continue to serve.
Last year,
and serves.
A brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
Damn, Democrats love violence.
It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
And she blew a kiss and everything.
Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
We got Free Zone Lou in the building. Shout out, Lou.
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Hey, Kim Warfield. Howdy, Wolf. Welcome in. We got John Galt in the building. We got the number 1 in the building. Hey, John.
Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world.
Tren de Wagwa.
Known as Tren de Aragua.
Wawa.
2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them.
No, it's not.
Countless
No, it's not.
thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy.
Shout out to our Border Patrol agents. Y'all are doing the work of the Lord. It's dangerous. It's not easy. Shout out to Texas, who knows how crazy it is at the border, the southern border. Cartel plays no games. No games.
In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
Thank you, Roberto. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave says, Portia got me hyped, no cap. I'm telling you guys here, you know, the cartel, once they get their hands on things, not maybe so much so within the interior of Texas, but for certainly at the border. See, they're not shooting, you know, they like knives and stuff, you know, machetes. Yeah, they cut off heads and they hang them from the what is it called? The red light, green light, yellow light, whatever, the stoplights. Like they do that sort of thing. Okay. The people that are working at the southern border, it is not a small job, not by any stretch of the imagination. And don't you ever think that it is. The people that are doing that job, God bless them, God cover them, and God keep them and their families. Because the cartel and the sicarios, they don't just go after the agents, they will go after the families before the agents a whole lot of the time. Shout out to them. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border.
Tom Gully.
Great gentleman.
Listen.
The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also
Tom Gully says the Californians will eventually leave, and a lot of them do. And, you know, if you guys hear anything about Texas, they always say, well, Austin is just like California. Believe it or not, a lot of the Californians can't even handle Austin, and they just move back. But in terms of the Oklahoman, Tom says they have proven to be more insect-like. Tom, like mosquitoes. Like mosquitoes. Just let me know in the chat. Is it like the mosquitoes? Let me know.
bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So
Pam
important.
Bondi, we
Gonna
want
do a
the
great job.
Epstein files. We want
Cash,
the Epstein files.
Thank
okay?
you.
Cash, you too. We want
Thank you,
JFK,
Cash.
MLK, and Epstein. We want it.
They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice.
Cash Patel, I don't know if your parents are still living, but if they are, I think that it would be very nice if your mother prepared some chicken tikka masala, some naan, some chicken curry. Although India as a country is very filthy, the American Indian food, it's delicious. Shout out to Cash Patel in Indian food.
One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah. Yeah, that's rough.
Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into
Yes.
permanent law.
Yes.
Whoa!
Yes.
Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh God! Oh Trump! Oh, the Democrats are. Oh.
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
DJ Daniel. Oh. Okay. All right. As you all can see here, they hail from the great state of Texas. You see that? That is a Lone Star. The Lone Star and the cowboy hat. Yeah, shout out to Texas. Shout out to Texas. Let's go. I hope you guys are not from Southside, Stop 6, Eastwood, Forest Hill, Oak Cliff, South Dallas, period. Hopefully you guys are in Frisco, where it's a little
But
bit
in
safer.
2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
God is good.
Wow. We'll have to stay on top of him and see what develops and what comes from him. I wonder
Since
where they're
that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Aww.
Oh, Trump.
Aww.
Oh, Trump.
It's so beautiful.
Oh, Trump. Wow. Wow. The little black kid. Wow. Wow. You know, I probably should have locked them up, but you know what, Trump? You did better.
You could have locked them up.
You did better than me, Trump. You know, I see little Negroes,
I can't with you.
like they gotta go. They just gotta go. They gotta go. Yes, but Trump, shout out to you. You're a better person than me. Shout out to the DJ.
Thank you, DJ.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. I have to go back. You see, me as a teacher, I need y'all to, like, my kids. Y'all know at my school, I'm at a charter. We started pre-K 2, so 2 years old, and we go all the way up to 12th grade. My babies, whenever they're in the 7th and 8th grade, and they go home over the summer and they come back, so the 7th graders come back as 8th graders, or the 8th graders come back as 9th graders, and they have like facial hair, they have mustaches. I'm like, I don't know who you think you are, but I'm not going for it. And I have to be tough because on the inside, I'm dying. I'm like, why does he have facial hair? He's growing up. This kid is 13. I see his mustache. Absolutely not. You're not grown. I understand you're getting all of these accolades, but DJ, you ain't grown. Not yet. Not yet.
Thank you, DJ.
Black Knight.
DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities
not John
for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Wow, RFK. Well, I mean, not really. I mean, because he really, it's just symbolism, Wale, is symbolism. Symbolism. Shout out to you, Black Knight. So good to see you.
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering.
Yeah,
How quickly they forget.
Don't they?
Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong.
Shout out to DJ
As an example,
MFB.
not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers.
DJ MFB, you should probably, try to get connected with DJ. He's in Texas. I've already written things down to see what I can do from my end. But you're DJ MFB. You guys could probably do something. We've got Free Zone Lou in the building. Shout out to Free Zone Lou.
Go DJ.
That's my DJ. Absolutely. Yes.
You got it.
We're still Negroes at the end of the day. Don't ever doubt. Don't ever doubt.
What's happening? What's
One
happening?
in 10,000 children had autism. 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get him.
I hate to pause it again, but I would like to, for those of you that missed it, someone got kicked out at the beginning. They had the force of the Secret Service remove a Negro at the start of this.
With the perm.
Yes, they did. Yeah, and you know where he's from? He hails from Texas, unfortunately. However, they got a Negro out in the beginning. But for those of you that are listening and listening good, you can still hear them hooting and hollering. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. The reason why Byron Donalds should have had your job, or another Negro, is because for every interruption, get his ass out. Get him out. Yeah, I don't have time. I don't have time. And it's another reason why I do this here with you all on YouTube. You guys, for those of you that know, y'all know what I do in real life, things like that. I get it. I understand. A lot of you always say, I hope Portia runs for office and I see her doing this and I see her doing. Listen, you don't. You don't want to see me. Especially in this position. If I was sitting behind someone like a President Trump and they're acting unruly, I would be Uncle Ruckus, number one. Everybody has to go. You all have to go. So hopefully, as we continue to watch this, they get them up out of here. Because you can't. You can't. You already did it. You started off right. Trump, Mike Johnson, get them up out of here. Get them up out of here. Shout out to Crown Reese. Hey, Crown Reese.
Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against.
Deacon Dave, that's code rule number 1 for the Black woman. You do not touch hair or pull weave out. Okay, I wouldn't do anything like that. I think that's horrible. I don't wear weaves or wigs or anything like that, but I would not do that to Jasmine, Deacon Dave. I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't. It's not in my nature.
Against this
She'll probably
form of
beat you with those
child
lashes.
abuse. January. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep. Tom Gully, Al Green.
Thank you.
Tom says this so kindly. Tom says Representative Al Green was shouting against the suggestion of a mandate by President Trump. He's from the 9th District in Texas, covering Southern Houston. Shout out to the 3rd Ward in Houston. You know, you guys hold it down for the real ninja. Shout out to Houston. And then Tom goes on and tells us he was escorted from proceedings, but Tom, he's being kind. They got him up out of there, all right? Yes, technically he was escorted, but they got him up out of there.
They redirected him. He was redirected to the exit.
So I can't wait to see the stories after this and tomorrow, where you have President Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Johnson, and them getting that black man up out of there, and what the left has to say about that.
Straight racism.
It's going to be great. Right. It's going to be great. But shout out to Al. He keeps that hair slicked back. You know, he has what the Negro would call good hair. Good hair. Shout out to Al.
Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
Love and happiness.
I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth.
That's good.
Amen.
We don't want any mutants. Yeah, that's good, Trump. That's good.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Shout out to Mella. We got Mella in the building. Mella, Al Green. Love and happiness. Yes. Shout out to Mella.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to all of our veterans in the chat. Thank you for all of our active duty members in the chat.
We're joined tonight
Shout out to
by
my
a young
brother
man,
who is
Jason
active
Hartley,
duty
who knows
right
the
now.
weight of that call of duty.
Thank you.
Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the lone gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. That didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom.
Shout out to Lionel.
And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Shout out to Trump. God bless America. The Democrats, you acted a fool. You acted a fool. You didn't help yourselves. As much as you thought you did, you didn't help yourselves. You didn't. You didn't. You didn't.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There was no ripping up of anything like that old dirty, nasty Nancy Pelosi. That is our president right there. You great folks. Shaking the hands. Very presidential. Wow. Trump, you never cease to amaze me. And you know what? I'm proud of you, Trump. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. media, Trump. And you know what? Just in case, you know, Trump, for the haters, Trump, for the haters.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
And shout out to all of you in the building. We have 34 people in the building. If you have not hit that like button, hit it. It's free. It's free. And if you are in the mood for reparations, I am but a Negro, and I, you know, spend a lot of money. We have to pay to keep these things going for you guys, and it's kind of, you know, Trump. Hey, groceries is high. You know what I'm saying? Everything is expensive. I know it is for y'all too, as it is for me. We have to pay for things to keep things going. You know, StreamYard is like 300 plus. Listen, we have other things that I use to edit. I'm down on my luck with my MacBook, and so my production isn't as good as it used to be, because Dell sucks. It sucks. So if you are in a giving mood and you would like to help a Negro out, Portia J with the E at the end, and PayPal, Portia.jghb.info, or no, Portia@jghb.info. Portia at initials of John Galt, and then HB, 2N, but jghb.info, PayPal. We're trying to bring a lot of wonderful content to you guys, a lot of wonderful interviews, but you know, all of this stuff, it gets expensive, and you know, paying for all of these things, you know, it just helps. It helps, so we can keep it going. However, Trump, you did fantastic tonight. I'm so glad that I've never voted Democrat ever in my life, and it makes me proud, you know, to be an American under a president that is America first. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to share with you guys the news that I got today. I've been having to hold it together and hold it down, and keep my spirits up, but my mother just called, and it doesn't make things easier. So I'll say this to all of you out there, whether you are currently in the military, whether you served before and you are a veteran, if you have very close friends and family members that are still active duty, as I have one of the closest family members in my life that is active duty, pray for them. Pray for them, call them, text them, talk to them. During this time, hold on to them, and you know, it's your best pour life into them when things don't always look so promising. They sign up to do something that if you never signed up to be in the military, you don't know what it is that they're signing up for. And so, yes, Stanley, you know, he'll get up here, he goes off, he talks about this, that, and the third, the Navy this, the military that. And yes, he gets argumentative and things and stuff like that. But for those of us that may not understand, you know, where he's coming from, or even if we have any other soldiers, I mean, that come up here, it's not easy for the soldier. It's not easy for the soldier, and it's not easy for the family. And not to say that our burden as family is greater than the burden they carry, because it's not. But pray for our veterans. Pray for our boys and gals that are active duty, that are being shipped off and deployed here and there. Pray for them, and you guys love America, right? When I see them in uniforms like in the public service, you know, sometimes you hear them say like they don't like this and the third, whatever. I don't care about any of that. If it's a police officer, military member, first, you know, thank them, and you not stop and store. But prayers for them, and then say prayers for the family so that they may be stronger. So that they may be stronger whenever, you know, things may happen where they may not get to be stateside and they have to go to other places. Shout out to the military. Shout out to our Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. That wasn't the State of Union. It was President Trump addressing the joint session of Congress. We got to see the Democrats. You know, they were stone cold and really dry, really rude, really disrespectful.
They were cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded, absolutely. And, you know, whether you agree or not, whether you're this or that or not, you know, I just think that there has to be a certain level of respect and decorum whenever we're talking about the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States of America, even though we have the First Amendment and the freedom of speech. But I think Trump did his thing tonight, and all of the people that he recognized and honored tonight, I thought it was beautiful. Like I told you guys, I already have my notes, and I've already sent out my messages and everything, because little DJ, we're gonna try to find him, because apparently he's in my neck of the woods, so we can possibly get an interview with him and his father, and you know, and see what we can make shake. But again, shout out to Trump. You did your thing. We talked about the blind lady, Latifah. We're going to get into Latifah's response, which was actually posted like well before the address to the nation started. And we're gonna listen to her. But in the meantime, we want to make sure that we are in the mindset that, hey, this is still a party. It's still a party with Beyonce. And y'all lost. You lost. Okay?
Quite frankly, you lost.
You
lost.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Shout out to Tom Gully letting me know about my audio. Please let me know if it's better now. Let me know. I know you said it's better now, but I just saw your message in the chat, so y'all just let me know if it's better now. Free Zone Moon says it's a military base on Greenland coming soon. We got Virgo in the building. Hey, Virgo. We got Black Knight Lord, shout out to you, Black Knight. We were worried about you because we ain't seen you. It's like, is he okay? Is he doing okay? Is he all right? So it's so good to see you, Nate. I got that Cash App, Nate. Thank you so much. Every single time you guys contribute, it's going towards the fees. All of the cost associated with running a stream, it is not cheap. It's not cheap. So I do thank you, all of you that have hit the Cash App. In the chat, y'all let us know what you thought about what you just saw. Let us know what your thoughts are. And we have Latinos for Trump here on the panel with me, so I would like to hear from Latino. What did you think about what you just saw, Latino? Tell us about it.
What we saw, we need salt for the libs. A lot of salt.
Salt?
Yeah, salt for
What do you
those
mean?
libs. We got to salt those libs.
What does that mean? Salt those lips. What does that mean?
You never put salt on a snail? And you ever seen it bubble up?
No. Actually, I've never. No.
Yeah, that's what happens when you put salt on a snail.
For those of you that are just as lost or confused as me, so you said salt on a snail.
And they melt. And they melt.
They melt. Okay, so
Yeah. So we need to salt those lids.
Okay. Let's see.
Because they feel salty right now.
What might happen whenever you put salt? Let me actually type this in here. Putting. Hold on, wait.
Or I could give you another one. Sodom and Gomorrah. She turned into a pillar of salt. That's what happened to these people today. They just turned into a pillar of salt. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just saying shorts right now. So let's take a look.
Most people know salt kills snails.
And this says most people know. Not me.
Oh, you didn't? Damn, I thought you knew this. It's like a fun fact.
I didn't know. So let's see what this is. It's just the first thing that I saw.
Most people know salt kills snails. But why? Salt actually draws water out of the snail's skin. This is known as the osmosis effect, which is why it is seen to be cruel to do this to snails. By applying salt to a snail, causes the snail
I was a kid.
and die within minutes. So now you know why. Most people know.
Okay, so not that was the best example.
Putting salt on a slug.
Putting salt on a snail. Tell us again why you made that reference.
The reason why is because they feel salty, and they feel dead inside. That's the reference I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And like I say, when you're feeling salty, you need to sweeten up so it can at least be a little bit bitter. So you won't be as bitter. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. So you won't be as bitter. And these people need some sugar.
They need some sugar and not some salt.
Yeah, because they salty right now. They just mad.
Tom, hold on, wait. I think that. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We've got 12th man in the building.
I'll give him that.
No, we are not charting the course with Get Cracked, but in honor of 12th man, because he was the motivation behind me creating this clip. Shout out to 12th man.
Get cracked. Wake up, motherfucker.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Yes. Wake up. Shout out to 12th man. If you were sleeping, hopefully you woke up tonight.
No, but being serious, I was expecting him to get more into the Ukraine situation, but yeah, I felt like he didn't give a lot of detail or information on that situation.
Yeah,
And that did not sound like an apology either.
in terms of how he behaved tonight, it is not a surefire reflection of he's behaved in the news. However, he got Al Green up out of there in the beginning, and you can still hear them hooting and hollering and just sitting there and being ugly. But Nate says, and shout out to you, Nate. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Nate says, I think it was the best speech he's done. I think the Dems exposed their hate for the United States more so than Trump.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That's from Nate. Let's see what else.
When they said the 3%, when they said the 3.5%, like, and they didn't clap at all.
Oh, Black Knight.
It's like, come
Black
on,
Knight.
man.
Believe you me. My prayers are with you, and as hard as it is, I'm glad that you're here with us. Thank you so much for being here in the midst of all of that. Nate says their hate for Trump is real, but to stand for another country over ours, really?
Yes,
Well,
that's insane.
That's what they've been doing. That's what's been
That's insane in the midbrain.
That's what's been going on. And standing for another country over ours, I'll never understand that. It'll never make sense to me. I am America first, no matter what.
Same.
And in case you guys missed it, my question yesterday was the white man in America, does he still have his place and his position? And so we just saw Donald Trump, and we've been seeing a lot of really great things coming from this administration. And when I say great things, like power plays, masculinity, things like that. However, everybody's not pleased. And so I want to put this on you all's mind before we get into the blind lady that is responding to Trump. For those of you that missed it, let's take a walk down memory lane.
Oh, Lord. Can I do a background music?
This man is fighting for his country. Sovereign nation got invaded. His people were dying.
Second chance.
And this motherfucker talks about him wearing a suit. I hate this fucking country.
In the eyes of the angel, far away from here.
I've never in my life felt like I do right now. I don't give a fuck what he wears. This man has been respectful to every leader in the world. Everybody. And you clowns want to fucking do that shit to him when he comes over here. And then talk to him like shit and kick him out of the White House. You fucking disgraceful son of a bitches. Man, I just want to be next to Zelensky right now.
Oh, Lord.
And at this point, it's okay if you guys question if he's a homosexual.
He probably is.
I just want to be close to him, right? It's okay to question, to ask.
9 out of 10. 9 out of 10.
It's okay. And don't feel bad if that popped into your mind. I don't control your mind, but in the event that it did pop into your mind, I just need you guys to, it's okay.
Gay.
If he's a a homosexual because he wants to be close to him right now. It's okay. Safe space. This is a safe space.
Man, I just want to be next to Zelensky right now.
Well, you got to put the violin.
I wish I could talk to him. Forgive us.
He got some cheeseburgers.
God damn, man. I can't. Sorry, y'all. I can't believe what I just witnessed in our White House.
Yeah. That's
He reminds me of the guy from
shout out to him.
He reminds me of the guy from Menace of Society.
Shout out to him.
The cheeseburger man. I got them cheeseburgers.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him. I'm gonna keep that clip for forever. I've already screen recorded it. Up until the point that he
Zelensky's like
decides
a
that he
drug,
wants to
man.
get rid of it.
Zelensky's like a drug, man. You gotta have it.
That's tough. Seeing something like that.
Yo, that was funny. Tom
Yeah,
Gully. Tom Gully's
what did
coming.
Tom Gully say?
Is that from?
Tom.
That was priceless. 10 out of 10,
It's
bro.
from that movie, Brokeback Ukraine. Well, Tom, you said it, not me.
Yeah, that was priceless. 10 out of 10.
Yes, Tom always has the best. He said, "Look, and it's so funny with this one from Tom, right? Because I can actually hear Tom saying this. I just can't quit Zelensky. I just can't. Yeah.
I really don't.
Oh, Tom.
It's like,
Oh my gosh.
you know what? Like, I wouldn't care if I did not know the information I knew 3 years ago, which is the information that's coming out today, where Europe has been buying oil from Russia. So has been Germany, and all these people are funding Ukraine. So I'm just like, this shit is useless. It doesn't make any sense. If they wasn't doing that, then that wouldn't have been a different story.
Hold on, wait a minute. I told you guys, let me go ahead and save this so I can show this tomorrow. For those of you that have been here since we got it popping, since we started, at the top of the address to the nation and Congress, Al Green, love and happiness. Trump, I won't even say Trump. I have to say Mike Johnson, which I was actually kind of surprised by. Gets kicked out of the chambers. Sorry, guys. Please forgive me. I am typing these things in the description box, timestamps for you all. So whenever you come back and view the video, you have some reference points here and there. Mr. Al Green, with the good hair, he
not Al Green, not Al Green the singer,
not the singer. Yes, as Tom Gully beautifully pointed out to us earlier.
Slash preacher.
No love and happiness for this version of Al Green. But
no, call me.
They got him up out of there, and so here's some footage of the after. So let's take a look at this. Let's take a look.
With his pimp cane.
So what were you shouting to the president?
The president said he had a mandate. And I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. I have people who are very fearful. These are poor people, and they have only Medicaid in their lives when it comes to their health care. And I want him to know that his budget calls.
Man, that Rogaine.
See that? See that? He got some good hair.
That
He has some good
Rogaine.
hair. Maybe not on his face, but on his head. Okay.
That Rogaine,
Some
girl.
good hair. You know what his hair does? It slicks back.
He got no white
It
specks.
slicks back.
He got no white specks on that hair.
You know, he's got the good hair. Let's
Just
keep
for
going.
just for men.
In Medicaid. He needs to save Medicaid, protect it. We need to raise the cap on Social Security. There's a possibility that it's going to be hurt, and we got to protect Medicare. These are the safety net programs that people in my congressional district depend on. And this president seems to care less about them and more about the number of people that he can remove from the various programs that have been so helpful to so many people.
Al Green, to be fair, your district has far bigger problems than Donald J. Trump. You know, Al Green, where were you? Where were you? Al, where were you? Whenever turkey, it was Negroes.
He got that Count Dracula lineup.
It was Negroes all across the United States of America.
You already don't like.
They bought plane tickets.
I really don't like using this.
To go to the third ward in Houston. Ow.
Oh, bro.
Because
Oh,
all
my
of it
God.
wanted was that turkey leg. Ow. Where were you?
Oh, bro.
When it was people from all over the globe internationally that came just to the great state of Texas, to Houston, to get their turkey legs. Ow, where were you? Whenever we found out
Count Chocula looking ass.
that the owners, the husband and the wife, they weren't paying their partner, and they were scamming and stealing money. And where were you? We didn't want the turkey leg hut to close. Ow. Do you know what that feels like as a Texan? Do you know that every single time that we went to the turkey leg hut, we were risking our lives going to the third ward? We did, but you know what? We felt like if at least we got to bite into that turkey leg, if I just ended up getting shot, robbed, stabbed, or whatever it looked like, at least I got to taste that turkey leg. Al, where were you? Where were you? Where are you now? Al. While many of us mourn the loss of turkey leg hut, Al, I need you to respond. Turkey leg hut was a once in a lifetime, one of its own kind. What about turkey leg hut, Al?
Turkey leg.
Shout out to everybody out there that had the pleasure of experiencing the turkey leg hut. You might have thought that you knew, but you don't know nothing. And unfortunately, you'll never know now because it's closed. The turkey leg hut was a gift that God hand-delivered himself. Al Green, where were you?
It is the best way to get it across to a person who uses his incivility. Against our civility.
He looked like a $5
Indian.
Indian.
A person who has consistently been used incivility against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility. Well, look, I'm willing willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
Were you saying he has no mandate? Is that what you just said?
That's what he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. None.
He look like he need Medicaid.
I don't know. Whatever the punishment is, I'm not fighting the punishment. This is about the people who are being punished by virtue of losing their health care. This is the richest country in the world, and we have people who don't have good health care. We've got to do better. And now we're about to cut Medicaid.
Damn, dude. Innate. Damn, dog.
I don't know. Whatever the punishment is, I'm not fighting the punishment. This is about the people who are being punished by virtue of losing their health care. This is the richest country in the world, and we have people who don't have good health care. We've got to do better. And now we're about to cut Medicaid, which is for poor people. Health care has become wealth care for many people, and we can't afford to let that happen.
Is that the only thing that you're protesting?
No, I have a...
Healthcare has become wealth care.
Sure.
For
He said
who?
it. For them.
For who?
For them. They snitch on themselves, Portia.
For who? Not for me. Ow. It's not wealth care, and I can't even get Medicaid because I have a full-time job and I have 2 degrees. The Medicare that works, it works for the people you're talking about. They're not losing that, not right now. They still have it.
This man.
Turkey leg hut. Ow. I mean, my concerns are tied up in that. That's where my concern lies. So let's finish the last few seconds of this.
Other things I'm protesting, and I'm also working on my articles of impeachment. This president is unfit. He should not hold the office. 34 felony convictions, 2 times impeached.
Sir, tell me one more time what you were shouting in the chamber.
That he has no mandate to cut Medicaid.
That's what you were saying over and over. Thank you, sir.
No mandate. Thank you, Owen. Thank you.
This man here.
And just to remind you guys, articles of impeachment, go ahead. That's fine.
Make my day.
Do that.
Make my day.
Whatever it is, this is what we're seeing on the screen right now. This is the reality. This is the reality, Al.
Well, this man, before I get off,
it's the reality.
This man here looks like you can't even play a dice game with this man because he ain't gonna pay you.
It is a shout out to Al Green.
That's who he is, man.
Ooh, sheesh.
But you have a good night, Portia.
Have a good night, Latino.
Have a good night, chat.
Oh my gosh! I have to save this video here for HB because he's been making all of these wonderful predictions, and with the Negroes, they can't help themselves. Shout out to G $ or G Money Lil Ronnie. We've already had Tiffany Henyard. Tiffany Henyard has blessed us with the gift of rap, and Jasmine Crockett has too. Let's take it.
It's a cultural divide. I'm gonna get it on the floor.
You ready?
40 years in the music.
Kendrick in it. Or speed through it.
It's 30 seconds. I'll take care of it.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the jack like What's that on a beat, bro? Deep boat in rap. He a freak though, man down, front like Ember Lambs. Tell him breathe. Let them boys to the cross, they walk around like thieves. What's up with these?
John, there's only so much I can take. There's only so much I can take, John.
Her and the other lady might form a band. heard Henyard. Hell, man, I tell you. The first thing they go to is rap, though. Why? Since the black created country music and all these other forms of music, why they don't create a country music video?
I mean, Beyonce won Artist of the Year off her country album, which to me was the worst music she's ever put out.
I mean, why didn't Tiffany Henyard put out a country song or
Virgo! Hi, Virgo!
Hey, Virgo.
Oh my gosh! Hi, Virgo!
What's up, Virgo? You coming in hot tonight?
I'm always hot, John. What's up? What's up, John? What's up, Portia?
What's going on? What's going on,
Virgo?
Virgo?
Hey, girl. Yeah, so Jasmine Crockett and them. John, did you see any of it tonight?
Yeah, I was listening to you. I was cooking while you were doing it. So I saw the first part of it, and then I listened to the rest of it. I was surprised he went that long, considering his age and everything.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump is no Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
No Joe Biden. This is for sure. So the Democrats were being very unruly, and he was calling them out quite a bit. And luckily for me, or is it unlucky for me? I don't know yet. However, I have Collaboration Day tomorrow. And where must I be tomorrow in the morning by 9 a.m.? In Jasmine Crockett's district. Yes. And so
what district is that, Portia? Is she in Houston? Is she representing?
She's in Dallas.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's South Dallas.
Okay.
Shout out to Here for the Tea, and all of my Dallas people out here. Tom Gully is Dallas, but Tom Gully is certainly not South Dallas.
Wait, so does she represent like Here for the Tea, or is anyone up here represented by
No,
Jasmine?
Here for the Tea. I do not believe that she's in South Dallas, even though it may be where she's from. And for a lot of the Negro in the DFW Metroplex, we know about South Dallas. All of us don't, live there, but we know about it.
Where's Oak Cliff, Portia? Where's Oak Cliff?
It's in South Dallas.
Really? Okay, I'm in Oak Cliff.
And Pastor Frederick Douglass Haynes. Freddie Haynes, he has that big old BLM sign on the side of the church. So whenever you're on the freeway, on both sides, we have highways and freeways here in the great state of Texas. Whenever you're there, you will see on both sides of the map BLM. And, South Dallas is what it is. Shout out to Friendship West Baptist Church at the head of Frederick Douglass Haynes, off of Wheatland Road. Be careful. Be careful. Be safe if you find yourself there.
Portia.
So, yes.
Portia, I put a little link in the back of that of DJ, him talking.
Yes, little DJ. Okay, I guess we can show this first before we get into the response.
You said something about Black Lives Matter. I'm going to talk about it in the morning. I think that I saw a headline. They're having to remove Black Lives Matter mural here in D.C.
You said they did. What did you say, John?
The mayor of D.C. is going to remove. I think I saw the headline. She's going to remove the Black Lives Matter mural.
Bowser?
Yeah.
Go for her.
You got to get that shit up out of there if you want this funding.
Go for her.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna have to. John,
how are you gonna feel about that, John?
Are you getting ahead? Are you getting ahead of yourself?
What? What's that?
With what you just said, are you getting ahead of yourself?
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But you mentioned BLM, so I said I had to drop it in there.
True. I mean, like, how true is this?
Well, I saw it in the news, so it must be pretty true. Yeah, I saw it in the news.
Okay,
So
Bowser. You said sheets to remove the BLM what?
Remember they painted BLM right there by the White House when Trump was in office last time, as in like a big fuck you to Trump. It's right there at the White House, 16th Street. So I think they're removing it. The headline I saw.
Okay. Before we get to little DJ, what John just said is this must be addressed. I can't skip.
I mean, that would be probably pretty much the ending of Black Lives Matter. He buried that shit. That's pretty amazing.
I can't let this slide. What John just said to us. This is wow. I mean, I'm trying to find a longer article that gives us a little bit more, but we're going to take what we can get for now with our honorable DC resident, John Galt. Wow. I don't even really know what to say. Let's check this out. This is only a few seconds. It's not the whole clip. I have to find the whole clip. You have to give me some time, but let's see this 26 seconds.
Now, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser saying that the name of Black Lives Matter Plaza will be changed amid growing pressure from Republicans. The mayor making that announcement just moments ago, saying, quote, the mural inspired millions of people and helped our city through a very painful period. But now we can't afford to be distracted by meaningless congressional interference. There have been efforts in Congress to force the district to change Black Lives Matter Plaza or lose federal funding. Now, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser saying that the name of Black Lives Matter.
It's gone.
Ooh.
That motherfucker gone. That's all they got out of this shit. It's gone now. Damn. Bunch of dance parties were down there.
Dance parties with Beyonce?
They would be doing yoga and dance parties and shit.
Okay, well, I have something else for you all. John, you know, I guess you got a good nap. You just came in here bringing us things that we didn't quite know about. What is a timestamp here? Let me go ahead and throw this timestamp in the description box. BLM removed from DC Metro. I have something else that I just found, and this was just, you know, really quick, just a quick search. I want you guys to pay attention to the people in the crowd, because apparently they're protesting against this being removed, and I just want you to tell me who it is. Let's take a look.
Breaking now at 9, D.C. is renaming and removing the mural at Black Lives Matter Plaza.
Mayor Muriel Bowser making that announcement on social media, and it comes at the same time a Republican lawmaker proposed this bill that would force the city to remove that mural and rename the street or lose federal funding. Mayor Muriel Bowser saying that the city cannot be distracted by meaningless congressional interference, and says they'll now have local students and artists create a whole new display to replace the Black Lives Matter mural for the plaza, and is one that has become such a gathering spot for social justice demonstrations since 2020. Tonight, people are gathered at the Black Lives Matter Plaza as the president is preparing to address Congress tonight. We're taking a live look inside the congressional halls. We're monitoring the president's remarks, and we'll bring you the very latest updates later in the show. But first, we do want to head out live to DC News Now's Marielle Carbone there in the Black Lives Matter Plaza.
Hey, Marielle, you can see the crowd behind you there. What are protesters telling you about their rally tonight?
Damn, I should have gone down there.
Yeah, Don, you should have.
Probably still there.
Black Lives Matter Plaza tonight. I'll move for a second so you can see just how many people are out here. But this is hosted by the League of Women Voters, and they tell me that the people this mural represents, those are the underrepresented people and the exact people who will be most impacted by Trump's actions. That is why they are here at this location. Now, tonight, they hope by rallying out here, we are just outside the White House, during the president's speech, that they hope it's made clear to rallying out here. We are
Okay.
Just
Let
look
me
at this crowd. Look at this crowd.
okay.
Look at
All
this
right.
crowd.
So as it goes, shout out to all of our white folks that are out there in the chat tonight. We are so grateful and appreciative of all of you. Here in the chat, I just posted enjoying the show. Please support the channel. Please contribute to our fees for making the content that you love. Hit the Cash App. Portia, $ Portia J with the E at the end, and PayPal if that's your thing. Portia at jghb.info. If you feel like you want to contribute to the reparations for the Negro, please donate to the show. You know, we have to pay to keep these things going. As we are looking at this protest erupting during the joint session speech, all I'm seeing is white people. That's what I'm seeing.
The Black Lives Matter.
Not one black face
white
over there.
People protesting for Black Lives Matter, and I'm a Black life, and hey, I matter. So hit the Cash App and the PayPal. It is something so dangerous that, and I've said this time and time and time again, and I'll never not say it. There is something dangerous about the white Democrat, the white liberal, and now, as we can call them, the white leftist. For all of you Negroes out here that are in favor of these people, you ain't gotta listen to me. You ain't even do what I say, but I'm gonna offer you a piece of advice. Stay as far the hell away from these people as you can. They mean you no good. All they mean you is harm. And they come out here and they do these protests and this, that, and the third, the whole George Floyd Square. Thank God that what they have in DC is not at all what they have in Minneapolis. Thank God. Because in that George Floyd Square, they made sure no police, no first responders. That means no medics, no fire department, no nothing. Can't nobody come in there to offer them any sort of assistance in their time of need. And to me, I think it's a beautiful thing that they have out there. Leave these Negroes alone. Leave them alone. Okay. But you always have white people like this out in the fray, protesting and standing in as a quote unquote ally. Be wary of this white person. Be wary of this type of white. They have nothing positive for you. They don't want to see anything positive happen for you. The only thing that they want to see is the destruction of you. And they come out and they do things like what they are doing in DC tonight. Shout out to John Galt for bringing this to our attention. They do this just to trigger you to make sure that you keep on being the face of destruction in your community, as if you can't do anything else or be anything better. Shout out to these white folks protesting. Let's go ahead and finish this video because stuff like this pisses me off.
By rallying out here, we are just outside the White House during the president's speech that they hope it's made clear to Trump that the union, the people,
these white folks
are not going anywhere. It's also a way to show some solidarity and some resistance.
Okay, let me go back real quick, John, because like if you didn't see, you see this black man right here. He looks like security. 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 That's what because I don't see no black women. I see these big old black men. Security. See, you know, down south, and I know, like even John, like with you and Brave, for example. Yeah, I don't care for Brave at all. I'm not going to sit here and say that I do, but a lot of folks that aren't from the South, they don't understand the relationship between the Negro and the white down south. See this right here? This, you're not going to get this down south. All right?
Yeah, these are yuppies right here.
we ain't rolling in the dough down south. Yes, John will get up on the panel and talk with Brave, this, that, and the third. Yeah, of course, all day. Yeah, because like truly, honestly, down south, it's pretty straightforward. The whites, especially down here in Texas, and I'll speak to my state, they don't like you. They don't want to be around you. They don't want to spend time with you. They don't want you in their establishments. They make it very known. And it's okay. We understand. But then there's the other side of it where we can talk as Southerners and we get it. Okay. But this right here, you're not going to see Negroes in lockstep with this protest that the white folks are doing. It's almost as if the Negroes down south and the whites down, we get it. We understand each other. We're not about
this
to
is
sit here and
unnatural
play
in
these games
Florida.
with you. Yes, we're not going to play these games. We're not going to be doing
Unnatural.
kumbaya. No. I don't want you in my neighborhood. You don't want me in your neighborhood. I talked about this months ago, but in Baton Rouge, in Louisiana, those white folks said enough is enough. All right. So we want to secede. No, so our city is going to be St. George because we don't want our taxes to pay for the failing grades of your students in public school. We don't want the crime to be reflected upon us, the dangers and the filth, littering to be reflected upon us. So we just want to secede. And you know what happened? They did. They always talk about white flight, but Baton Rouge gave us the very best example. When I'm telling y'all down south that it's not like this, we actually get along better down south than you guys seem to do in states where slavery never existed. And even though, of course, outside of the South, slavery did exist in other places, nonetheless, this relationship between the white and the Negro, it is not like this down south. We understand each other, and these Negroes that are here, all they look like is security because everybody else out here protesting, they're all white. So to all you Negroes listening, like I said about Jasmine Crockett and like I said about Joy Reid, you guys need to ask yourselves one question and one question only. Why? Joy Reid, why? Your question is, why have they allowed me for the last 5 years to sit up on their white network while they sign my white paychecks for me to sit up here and disparage white people? Why? Jasmine Crockett, you're from St. Louis. You're a hair hat, overly makeup, long fake eyelashes, ghetto St. Louis chick that came down to Texas. Why are you getting so much publicity? Why? It's not because you're that great, Jasmine, because you're that intelligent, you're that smart, you're that good. That's not why. You need to ask why. There's a reason why they picked you to nail yourself, not them, but you, Jasmine, to nail yourself up on that cross. The same way that they did Joy Reid, to come out here and act a whole Negro fool, talk all of this mess about the very people that allowed her into Harvard to where she could graduate, that gave her a job at their white company. Y'all keep on telling us that we should fear white people. We should hate them. They are the enemy. They are the devil. But y'all never run away from that white money. And Oprah, she had owned, but she sold it. Who did Oprah sell it to? A white person. Instead of you going into spaces, Tyler Perry, his network is still up and running, as is 50 Cent. He's doing pretty good. Instead of you going to a black platform and preaching all of this blackness, you choose to do it on a white one. Down south, we know better. Yes, we get that. We understand that. You guys need to catch a clue. Ask the question, why are these white folks standing out here protesting in my honor? There is no honor amongst the whites in this area. They just want to keep on seeing you act like a nickel. That's what they want to see. But let's go ahead and finish this. I hate this type of thing, and this is why I am so thankful and grateful for my mother and my father, who never raised us and or taught us to be like this.
Going anywhere. It's also a way to show some solidarity and some resistance also to what's been happening.
There's no
That includes
solidarity.
The federal funding cuts, the slashing of the federal workforce, and the rollback of trans rights.
What's happening in this country is a disgrace, and it's not going to change unless we all show up to do something. We have seen other movements where the government has tried to do some very similar things to this, and the only thing that stopped those actions was people coming together as a collective.
Y'all have to forgive me. This big old black woman, as big as Trump called out, and Trump actually did this tonight, and of course we're going to be hearing about this. Trump called out big old Stacey Abrams, big Stacey Abrams, and we just have this other black big old woman. They do this thing where they come in. Black people, they always want to attach everyone else to their quote unquote so-called Negro movement allies. You know how they did with the non-black Hispanic people. Oh, they're our allies. Are they? You see? The Hispanics, I mean, we've talked about it here, especially during Black History Month and the other shows that I've done, where the Hispanics are coming out left and right. And they have said, and of course, this is not every single Hispanic, this is not all of them, right? But as an example, they have said, why would we follow you, Negro? Why? Why follow you for what? Why would we need your help as we're protesting against the illegal immigration and them getting deported? Why would we lean on you? What do you get done? You don't want to work. You don't want to this. You don't want to that. You're lazy. You depend on, like we saw today with Lil Ronnie. Hey, you're out here talking all this big talk. You're dead now. You don't have life insurance. All of that money that you flash on social media, see, the Hispanics, they're sending that back home. What do they need you for? What do the whites need you for? Because they've already told you blatantly. Slave labor. That's what they need them for. But even in the midst of their protests, they're not leaning on you. They're not talking to you. They're not asking you. Ask you for what? Whenever we were going through the looting during BLM, yeah, those white folks, they came out there as they are, rounded up in DC right now to speak on your behalf and encourage you to tear up your own neighborhood while they go back to theirs, safe and sound. Everything is in order. Can't talk about the Jews because we already know about them. And then you have Al Green, the good hair Al Green, who is protesting and acting a fool while Trump is trying to speak, that they had to put his black self out. And we just watched the video where he says, well, for Medicaid, it's for Medicaid. Do they not have enough? Have they not gotten enough to where you sit here and you are so complacent with these white folks standing outside picketing for you to forever be less than, to a point to where you are incapable of being more than, and you galvanize these people, you encourage these people, and you allow them to continue to think that you as a black will never be good enough, and also that you need their help to be and do anything, to accomplish anything in this great United States of America. That is what this is, and it's disgusting. I hate it. I don't like it. It pisses me off. I'm not for it. I'll never be for it. I much rather see people that look like me stand for me. But not in the face of a Democrat or a liberal or a leftist. No, because they're beggars. I'm a chooser. I'm not a beggar. And I damn sure am not allowed. I will never allow a white person to stand out in the fray and speak my story for me ever. I'll never do that. Never. I'll never do it. But look what happens. The Negro, the common majority Negro in the United States of America, this is what they do. And this is what they have done. You know, black folks, they friendly. They're welcoming. They pull everybody in. You know, it could be a white person that can dance real good. You know, like, oh, you invited to the cookout. No, you're not invited to mine. No, we are not invited to mine. Because I know what time it is. And unfortunately for the blacks that aren't down south, and for someone who's on the panel like right now, like Virgo, she's from New York. She's a real one. But now she's down south and she can even see the difference. It's not the same thing. I know what you're up to. I know what you're up to. I get it. I understand. I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want anything to do with my pursuance of you encouraging my destruction and calling it good. I don't want nothing to do with that. John probably didn't realize what he did whenever he brought that up. And shout out to John. Whenever he brought this up, I do not like this. I don't like this. I do not like this. I don't like this. Because this sort of thing is just a blueprint for Negroes to continue thinking and forgetting that they are Negroes in a white man's America. Okay? I am a proud American. I am. But I'm still black, and I'll never forget that. But I'll never be able to understand how blacks that aren't from the South forget every day. Let's finish. Let's go ahead and finish. We'll finish so you guys can go ahead and talk.
And Chris and Susan, I do want to come back to where we're at right now, the Black Lives Matter Plaza. Stewart says that she's really disappointed in the mayor's stance on this and with those plans to retain over this and evolve this mural here. She says with everything going on right now, it is so important to remember that Black lives matter, young people's lives matter, trans people's lives matter, all of the people here in our country. And she says that the organization will continue right now to fight for democracy and preserving that here as more initiatives come down from the Trump administration. So that's the latest out here. Reporting live in Northwest, I'm Marielle Carbone, DC News Now.
Trans lives matter. You see, you
the tariffs on
Negroes out here that are listening to these sorts of things, shame on you. And I mean that. For whatever reason, like I just said about the Hispanics, y'all pull everybody into the fray. Being gay is not the same as being black.
No,
being
Portia.
trans is not the same as being black. None of these things are the same. They're not synonymous, John.
You know,
Chad,
Portia.
they're not the same. Go ahead, John.
Portia, when we were looking back at the the Robert E. Lee pictures, the statue down in Richmond, I think Richmond, Virginia, and as we zoomed in closer, we saw Trans Lives Matter and Black Trans Lives Matter on this statue. And this was back during COVID. And I said, damn, I didn't even pay attention to that. But they were pushing that shit all the way back in COVID because you could see the people still had masks on. I said, damn, this has been a long time coming. They've been pushing this.
I can't do it. I can't. To me, like, that is such, like, John, that's so offensive to me. And like that big black woman from the news clip that I just played. John, I can't. I don't like it when the gays do it. Well, I guess the gays are trans, the trans are gays, and other groups do it. We are not the same. We're not. We'll never be. There's no comparison. But what they do is they do this thing where they say, well, you know, just like the black folks in America. Cut that shit out. Calm down. Let's dial it back. Because you guys don't waste any time trying to remind the blacks of their history, you know, slavery and all of that. And how we should hate the white man and everything because they brought us over here. They stole us. No, they didn't steal us. They were sold. It was a transaction. It was a business transaction. However, you want me to be so angry and pent up and bent out of shape about all of these things? I cannot be. But I certainly can't be whenever you say that the gay struggle or the LGBTQ struggle is the same as the black one. It's not. The illegal immigrant, listening to all these illegals and all of these videos that they've posted all across social media. Hey, listen, if y'all want to go there, this is not my belief, certainly, but to make the argument, we didn't ask to be here. They brought us over here, and we've been here for over 400 years. See, but y'all came over here on your own. We're not the same. So whenever you see some of these videos and they're saying, oh, well, black people, you're next. No, we'll never be next. We're not the same. But you have Negroes like Jasmine Crockett, Maxine Waters, Al Green, and all of these others. They talk that talk, John. They don't walk the walk, but they talk the talk. We're not the same. But they have no issue as blacks, especially for me because I'm black. Okay, I'm black, so that's why I focus on the Negro. We're comparing our quote-unquote struggle to their choices. John, I can't do it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
That is interesting. That is interesting how they quickly pivoted from that trans, or from the black to the trans, and kind of equated the two.
You would think that more blacks would be against that. You know, of course, I guess there's that whole idea that, you know, you're born this way. No. Call it what you want. I understand everybody's not religious, but God, you were born perfect. You changed that. And even if you don't believe in God, believe in science. You know, trust the science. COVID, Dr. Fauci, trust the science. You were born a male or you were born a female. Trust the science. How does that have anything to do with my blackness? It has nothing to do with it. And so, yes, I feel however it is I feel. I'll say whatever it is that I'll say. My own racist experiences with white folks, but it has never put me in a place to judge all white folks as the same. I've never been there. But, you know, sometimes for me, and then John, you're going to be unique to this situation because you're an Alabama guy that moved up to Washington, D.C. If you could tell us, if I may ask, how much racism have you received between Alabama and New York and D.C., John?
You know, I haven't, to be honest, I don't think I've experienced any that's of any consequence, to be honest with you. And I would say it's pretty much all my life. You know, maybe someone called me a nigger one time, but yeah.
Where was that? Was that in D.C., New
I think
York,
it was in I think it was in Richmond, Virginia. I think it was in Richmond, Virginia.
In Virginia. Okay.
Yeah. And
but not down in Alabama, you know, because Alabama is like the top tier state to where, you know, it's all Southern, you know, all of these horrible things that they say, but you're all the way up top in Virginia. Go ahead, keep going. Go ahead.
That's, you know, honestly, that's been the extent of my, you know, my racism. And they didn't even say it to my face. They just, you know, like they were on the road and drove by and just screamed it out. And it was a group of us, so hell, they may not even said it to me, but so that's really, for me, that's the extent of it. But, you know, other people have greater claims, but that's just from my experience.
say for me, and Virgo, I'm going to pose this question to you as well. But for me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm down south, Texas, small town, Texas. I had my experiences growing up, and I've shared some of them before here. Yeah, I was running for class president, and I was running against the most beautiful, most talented, athletic, academically girl in the whole school. And there was pieces of me that doubted myself, but what made me doubt myself the most was for all of my posters around the school, all my flyers, all my this and that, you know, trying to get these folks and encourage them to vote for me on my posters, on the walls, on my flyers, this and that, and even on my locker, because they knew which locker was mine. All of the racist things that they put, all of the racist things that they said. And I had a moment, and I've told you guys this, the mirror in my parents' house that is still there. Never forget who you are, whose you are, and never allow them to remind you of who you are. I didn't have any black teachers, but one of my white teachers, I went to her in confidence, and I told her, I was like, I know you've seen all of the things. I'm hard N-word, the Klansmen that they were drawing on my posters, this, that, and the third. And y'all already know I'm young. I'm not 30 yet. Y'all know that. However, I'm dealing with this, I guess you could say, like in a more current event, like more modern time. And not that I cried. I was just like, hey, you know, feelings a bit. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know who's doing it. I know the only two black people at the school right now are myself and my brother. However, I go and I meet with one of my white teachers that I was very close to. And she said, Portia, what's wrong with you? Are you weak? You can't overcome that? You're not better than the things that they're writing on your posters? You're not better than your flyers being ripped up and seeing shreds of them on the floors in the hallway or seeing them in the trash can? You're not better than that? So what are you going to do? You're just going to cry about it? You're going to whine about it? Or are you going to win? I know you came to me, you know, so I could do something about it, but what do you want me to do? The only black children in this school right now is you and your brother. What do you want me to do? Are you going to cry? Presidents don't win with the attitude that you're bringing to me in my classroom right now. When I tell y'all she tore me a new asshole, I'm not lying to you. She did. But I thank God for her for doing that. Because I would have never known to look at it the way that I did. And whenever it came time to us having our elections, and mind you, I come from a town where we only had one high school at that time. My graduating class had over 2,000 kids in it. I mean, like, this was the only high school type. Whenever they made the announcement and they told me, or they told all of us, that Portia won and she is the class president, believe you me, my breath was taken away. But because of that experience and many others, it's like, you can't tell me nothing. I won. I beat the most popular girl in school. I did this, I did that, and I overcame all of the things that they threw against me, but they did it to my face. They didn't do it behind my back. But then, you know, I go to college, and I go to Georgetown in D.C., and, you know, they move different than how they move down south. See, they try to hide. And I wasn't used to that. It was weird for me. I didn't like it. If you don't like me, I want to know that you don't. But they actually act like they do. I didn't like that. I didn't like it. That was one of the major components as to why I left Georgetown full ride scholarship. Everything was paid for. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't be a token. I couldn't be a pawn. I couldn't be any of it. I didn't understand it. And so whenever I see people like Jasmine Crockett or like this Al Green or the what's that, Maxine Waters, or even the Obamas, like all of these Negroes, it's just like, gosh, y'all are just so okay with these white folks coddling to you. They don't mean it. It's not real. But they magnify it. They spread it all out to a point to where they want other blacks to follow behind them. And then they teach other blacks to bend the knee and bend to their beckon and to be the very thing that they say that we are. They put you in a position to live up to the stereotype. That's not what you're supposed to do, because down south, and this is just me telling my own story. See, down south, you ain't living up to no damn stereotypes, because they're not going to let you. Because they're going to remind you and they're going to let you know, period. I don't like you. I don't want to live around you. I don't want to be around you. I think this of you. I think that of you. That's how they straight up down south. You know what time it is. But you move and you go to different places and they make it seem like they like you, like they're your friend, like they want you there. They'll come to you, like what John just presented us with, and they'll protest for you. They'll do all of this stuff to make you think that they're on your side, but they are not. They're not. And so
they want to build up the victimhood and tear it down at the same time.
Exactly. And that's where you get the Joy Reids, and you get the Joy Reid crying. My show did some good. I thought it was this. I thought it, no, baby girl, absolutely not. No, ma'am. No.
Yeah.
Don Lemon, no, sir. Absolutely not. We're not doing that. Okay, we're not.
Not today.
They put something in you that makes you think that you're better than the other Negroes. You know, you get on here and you listen to the likes of John Galt, and he's a coon, Uncle Tom sellout type of Negro. You got everything in the world to say about people like John, because he has this show with Be Brave, and he's listened to a white man just tell it like it is. To be honest, like I said, I don't care for Be Brave. I'm not in support of him or anything like that. But you don't get it. You don't see what John is doing. You don't see what he's trying to display. But see, whenever y'all aren't from down south where we're from and what we grew up with, y'all don't get it. This is what it is for a whole lot of them. The majority of them, to me. That's just how they are.
There's a lot of Braves down
but
south.
A whole lot
there's
of
a
them.
lot of Braves.
It's a whole lot of them. And you know what? And to me, Virgo, it's more of them out of the south. It's more of them out of the south. But Brave will call it. He'll say it. He don't care. He'll say it to a whole audience full of Negroes, like how they do down south, because they don't care. They don't care. But what the Democrats do is they give you this cloak. It's like this fake armor that they put around you to make you think that, oh, you're one of us. We're going to always be here for you. We're going to protect you. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And so that's why I say with Jasmine Crockett, you're from St. Louis. Granted, you're from St. Louis. You just came down here to Texas for school. Jasmine, you don't get it. There's a reason why they're giving you all of this publicity, all of this exposure. It's not for what you think it is. Because whenever shit hits the fan, you know who they're going to blame all of it on, Jasmine? You. Just like Patrice, Colors, and BLM. Yeah. You can't trust it. The Democrats, they've never changed. There's never been a switch. They've always been the same. And the fact that you Negroes fall into it every single time, I'll never be able to respect it. I can't. I won't. I never will. It disgusts me. We have 12th Man in the building. Shout out to you, 12th Man. Welcome in. We got John Galt in the building. We got Virgo in the building. And Virgo, I would like to say, of course, we have each other's numbers and we talk offline, but I always love hearing your voice. It just makes me feel so good. I'm glad you're here.
Me too, Portia. Me too.
Glad you're here. John, do you have anything to add?
That's about it. That's about it. Yeah, Trump is making moves there. You know, I didn't think he would even go after that BLM. I hear he's going after Antifa too. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pushing forward.
Yeah. We're supposed to be showing the video that Latino shared. This is the little black kid out of Texas. President Trump made his dream come true, swearing him in as a Secret Service agent. This kid, he's 13 years old. He has a little mustache. Whenever I see the kids get mustaches and, you know, facial hair, I get really emotional. However,
they're getting too old.
Yes, it's just like, stop it. What's wrong with you? And
where are you going?
Earlier, you guys were here and you got to listen in on my kids coming to literally find me just to see. They wanted to make sure I was gone, but because I was still there, they're like, "Oh no, you have to go home." I'm like, "Oh, I mean, what's going on?" Finding out about all of this stuff because I don't be checking the weather like that, so you know I didn't know. But whenever I see my babies, you know, and it's just like, gosh, the first time I met you, you were 12 and you were just, but now you're 17. You know what I'm saying? Like they're all grown up. But this kid here, he's had multiple brain surgeries, and I'm hoping that over time, since he's only 13, he has so much more time to grow, that this doesn't impact him, because his dream is to be a police officer. So let's hear a little bit from him. Little DJ.
What you want to know the craziest part? Because my mom bathed me and my brothers all together, and out of nowhere I locked up, and then my dad was calling my name, and I started going to the slow thing, and he said, "Stop playing with me." And then I started to act, I ain't gonna lie, I started to act slow. Then as soon as he said that, we was speeding all the way, running lights, going to the hospital. And then next thing you know, I was seizing on the table. They said, "No, we're gonna have to go on his brain tonight." Ever since then, I had 13 brain surgeries, and that's how many times my personality has changed. And that's something that you don't hear from a terminally ill child. I had 5 months to live. I'm gonna keep on going until my gas tanks run out. And that's when God calls you home. You never know when God's gonna call you home. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my dad. I know he's pretty proud of me, and I'm pretty proud of him too. And I'd like to thank President Trump, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here today. But you wanna know the craziest part? Because
one more time.
My mom bathed me and my brothers all together, and out of nowhere I locked up, and then my dad was calling my name, and I started going to the slow thing, and he said, "Stop playing with me." And I started to act.
Going to the slow thing.
What does he mean by that?
The slow thing, like retarded.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's like he said, I got brothers, but it's something off with this one. My dad goes into the slow thing. Okay, like this one, he's kind of broken. Maybe the wires aren't, you know. Let's take him to the hospital and see what's going on. We don't know what it is, but let's see what's going on. But you hear him speak, right? And so watching him tonight, during I know it's not the State of the Union, but just for the sake of making it easier, the State of the Union, you saw him and it just seemed like something was wrong, but you didn't quite know what was wrong until Trump said what was wrong. But you're hearing him speak in this moment, and it's just like, okay, he's like, my dad was like, slow thing, what's going on? And so like he had all of these brain surgeries, but he seems to be recovering well, and this is why I believe that he will be a police officer one day. This will not hinder him. This is such a beautiful story to me, and I wouldn't have known about this child. He's right in my neck of the woods. Like I told you guys, for those of you that did not hear, I've already reached out to his parents, so that we could hopefully have an interview with him here at the Urban Landlord. However, he's very well spoken. He's very aware. He understands, and he's only but 13. So the only thing that he can do from here is grow and continue to shine. So let's listen to him tell his story quickly for a few more seconds, and then we'll move on.
They stop playing with me, and I start, and then I started to act. I ain't gonna lie, I started to act slow. And then as soon as he said that, we were speeding all the way, running lights, going to the hospital. And then next thing you know, I was seizing on.
And Humble, you're right. And the Democrats didn't even stand up or applaud this kid. You were correct. So whenever I say that they say the party switched, they never did. They never have. Seeing
That's
this,
where I've seen him before.
I don't like that.
Sorry to interrupt you. That's where I've seen him before.
Where do you think you saw him?
Maybe they highlighted him before. Maybe I've seen his condition. Maybe someone that looked similar to him. Another little boy that was sick like that. Anyway, he does sound very intelligent. I'm surprised he thought he was slow. Yeah.
He said, "Dad's pulling his slow stuff," and then he said, "Yeah, I'm starting to act slow," but he is not. You see, John, a lot of times, and you talk about this, and you may say it in a way different from how I'm saying it right now. A lot of times, blacks, they take that and they hold on to it, and they allow it to define them forever, and ever and ever and ever. He was like, I realized I was starting to act slow, but I'm not slow.
Yeah, they could have ruined him with that. That would have been like an example of the public school ruining someone.
Yes, and they put these kids on medications. They put them on drugs. They do all of this. And this kid is saying, my dad said it. They took me to the hospital. And then he said, yeah, I was starting to act slow. But you can hear and you can say, he ain't slow. I ain't slow.
You know what? It says here he's been sworn in as an honorary officer over 900 times. And I swear there was some video I saw where they were picking on him. He looks a little bit healthier now than I remember seeing him the last time I saw him. And I swear someone was picking on him when he was dressed in his uniform. But this is the first time I've heard him speak. I bet you when you go back and find some videos, you're going to find some people picking on him when he was in like uniform like that.
Yeah, I'll look that up. It's probably going to take me off a little bit more. And
so the Democrats didn't stand for the boy? Is that what you said?
No.
Wow.
No, they did not. John, they did not. Not at all.
Damn.
Not at all. No Jasmine Crockett, no Ilhan Omar. No, I mean, like that the leader of the Democrat Party, he didn't. Al Green, he was out of there, so he couldn't. It's just like, you see, what I love seeing, online, especially, because I guess that's the closest that I can get to it, because here in person, like I got what I got. But y'all supposed to be down, you know what I'm saying? And y'all love your people. This child is different. He's special. You know what I'm saying? Like, and not special like special ed, but his story this is a powerful story. Brain surgery is not easy, but John, you talked about this, whether it was yesterday or the day before, or at some point, I think maybe it was the last day of Black History Month, where you were continuously showing the video of those kids that were posing, as if they were like an art gallery. And you continuously mentioned Ben Carson because, the blacks say that he's not black. He's not black. And even during the whole Biden administration, where, they got rid of Uncle Ben, Aunt Jemima, as if black representation. They didn't get rid of the Brawny Man. They didn't get rid of Little Debbie. They didn't get rid of all of that white representation in the store. And I don't care if it's a white person's company or not. The fact that Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima was there, for those of you that know me, y'all know. Hey, all my Aunt Jemima syrup and pancake mix, oh yeah, I still have it because my kids, whenever they get here, while God is keeping safe watch over them. My kids are going to see that, and they're going to know that that existed at some point. But you see, the Negroes were in favor of removing their own favorability in visuals in the store. And then you have little kids like this. Oh, well, yeah, he has this illness. He has this. Yeah, maybe it's not sickle cell. Okay, we get it. But let us denounce this child because he's in favor of Trump. Let us denounce Ben Crump and remove his name from the schools, every single school across this nation that had Benjamin Carson. They took him off. Even during Jet Magazine, and yes, y'all know, again, I'm young, but I know, I've looked it up, I've done my research. Ben Carson and what is this? I don't know why his name is escaping me. Clarence Thomas. They never made it. So y'all not even removed. Y'all didn't even give him an opportunity. And so here we have this black child here. Brain surgery. Ben Carson did what no one else in the history of man has ever done. Ben Carson did. He separated conjoined twins by the brain, and they survived. A black man did that. Oh, but y'all take his achievements away because you don't like his politics. But he's still a black man that did that. And unlike a whole lot of black Democrats, a lot of blacks that vote Democrat, you know what they do, John? They marry white people. They marry white people.
That's right. Carson does have a black woman. It is true.
He has a black wife and black children. And his black wife is too a surgeon. And their 3 black children, they are doctors also.
Oh, really?
The last one of them. And so y'all strip away his achievements because you don't like his politics, but he did something, again, that no man, no matter what race, no man has ever done what Ben Carson did. So much so that for them to begin to separate conjoined twins after that, you know what medical studies they look to? Ben Carson's. Whose help they reach out and seek out is Ben Carson's. And you know what's extra special to me about Ben Carson? He's still alive. We don't have to read his story just in a book. You can hear it from him. He can tell you his damn self.
Yeah, living example. You know what's interesting about Ben Carson? It rarely gets talked about. He was on a team there when they did that. Separated the person. And I can't remember the man's name, but he may have been like the head, whatever. And I guess when it came down time to do it, he trusted Carson enough to let him do it. You know, he could have done it himself. What did he do? And he did it.
He did it.
And, you know, it was, you know, the man trusting him enough, felt that, you know, he was capable enough to go in and do it, you know. And I think, you know, it's right place at the right time, that matters. But then when you're there, you got to be competent. And he was competent enough to, you know.
More than competent enough.
Yeah.
He was so competent enough that trust that the other doctor, the head surgeon at that time, the head surgeon, he did not slice and cut into the brain and do. He didn't feel confident enough in himself. White guy. He's passing along the reins to Ben Carson. For those of you, if y'all have Netflix, all of you Negroes or non-Negroes out there, Gifted Hands, it's on Netflix. You can watch it. It's also on Tubi. You know, if you don't have Netflix, Cuba Gooding Jr. He played Ben Carson. The story is beautiful, but black people, they don't want to take a hold of that. But then you have this young black child that is on your screen right now, brain surgery. Ben Carson is not just any doctor. I need you guys to understand that. He's not just any doctor. He's a neurologist. He's a neurosurgeon.
I wonder how that boy's
The
dad
most
felt.
complicated doctor of all.
I wonder how that boy's
That's what
dad felt. Portia, I was going to ask you, I wonder how that boy's dad felt seeing those people not stand for his son like that.
I'm pretty sure we'll find out by tomorrow.
I would be surprised if the media ask him. They're not going to put a camera in front of his face. I would wonder if he has Twitter or something.
John, I'm not banking on the media to ask him. I'm banking on him to post it on his own social media.
Oh, yeah.
And not even him, but his son. His son to do so.
Did the dad mention his name? Did they mention the dad's name? I wonder if we can find him on Twitter, or YouTube, or Instagram or something.
Let me finish playing this video,
yeah,
and
sorry
then
about that,
I'll
Portia.
go back to the.
I'll look him up. What's his name? I'll look it up. I'm gonna look him up while you're doing this.
Yeah, and I'll look him up too. His dad's name. Hold on, wait. Let me exit out of this. DJ Daniel
Okay,
is the kid, but we'll find his dad. So we'll play the rest of this while me and John are working to find dad.
Table. They said, no, we're gonna have to go on his brain tonight. Ever since then, I had 13 brain surgeries, and that's how many times my personality has changed. And that's something that you don't hear from a terminally ill child. I had 5 months to live. I'm gonna keep on going into my gas tanks right now. And that's when God calls you home. You never know when God's gonna call you home. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my dad. I know he's pretty proud of me, and I'm pretty proud of him too. And I'd like to thank President Trump, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here today.
The Democrats probably hope he was
But you
dead
know the
already.
crazy.
They're like, damn, why he couldn't have died already?
Man, John. What a nice young man. Seemed like a good cop.
He's
one of the good ones.
Yeah, that's a
I mean,
nice
I
one.
tell you, like that's something. That's something. And you know, me, he got diagnosed obviously way younger than me. But whenever I got diagnosed with my stuff, in my early 20s, at the start of my 20s, that was a lot. You know what I mean? And to have a burden, I couldn't imagine that burden at his age. But then also, you know, because there's just certain things, you know, but for the party that's supposed to be for Black people, right? Like that's what they care about. They sat there. They did not move. They did nothing. And Black folks ought be shamed. Ought be shamed for that sort of behavior. And they have this party representing them in this way is disgusting. Because whatever it is, if to me, see, George Floyd, I ain't got nothing for you. He put a gun and threatened to kill a Black woman who was pregnant, carrying the future of Blacks in America. I got nothing for him. This child has done nothing. He's done nothing. But y'all gallivant and praise him. But this child, you sit in silence. So I can't fool with the Democrats. I can't do it. And John, in case you missed it, I'm gonna let you see this right here with him and his father.
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed.
You know, I didn't like that.
Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
And y'all saw that Lone Star Texas shirt. Texans, y'all know that they're in Texas. And then also too, in the short clip that I showed you guys, like his mother and father, they're married, they're still together, but he spoke about his father. And you see, that's another thing that Democrats, they don't like. They don't like the image and the perception of the black father. Even though we know and we can recognize and understand how important they are and how brilliant they are in the impact that a black father has on their children. I mean, my God. His
They
mom
don't
isn't
like
even
black
there.
fathers either, portion.
His mom isn't even there. It's just his father. But the mother and the father, they're still married. They're still together. They're still together. He said, my father. You know, what the Democrats wanted to make sure that black folks did not have with all of their changes, their civil rights, their Medicare, welfare, whatever the case, keeping the fathers out of the home. See, this child focused on what he knows as his example, his father. And that's important. And it always will be. My father, I kind of hinted at it earlier, but my father, my brother, my father, he's retired military. My brother is still active duty military. I probably wouldn't have been able to get through today with the news that I got today about my brother without my father. And his strength, talking to me and my sister, FaceTiming us and saying, hey, y'all got to pull it together. Y'all got to reel it back in. See, because when we talked to Mama couldn't talk. She couldn't talk because my mom, she's so broke. She's still broken right now. I've been texting her since we've been live, and my mom, she just can't pull herself she can't pull herself together. And so the only reason why I'm able to be here right now with y'all tonight doing this show is because of my black father. They're so important. And whenever you X out the black man, and the Democrats only care about the black man whenever he is dead in the street, I have a problem with that. That's not okay to me. But it's also not okay whenever you praise these black men that are doing the wrong thing, that are criminals, committing crimes, this, that, and the third. I don't have time for that because that is not my black father. But even if they are doing this dibbling and dabbling here and there, even like the Lil Ronnie, yeah, I read the comment that said, you know, the most important thing that he needs to do is protect his daughter. That is true, very true. But
You know
I
what's
don't want to
interesting about?
dismiss the
Go
fact
ahead,
that
boy.
he was in his daughter's life. I don't want to dismiss the fact that he was in his daughter's life. He was there. He was there. He got her killed, but he was in her life.
You know, on the flip side, I guess if the Democrats had brought Little Ronnie's baby mama in, you know, to argue for gun reform, they probably jumped up and cheered, you know, for her. And she's a survivor. She's speaking out against gun reform. But here's a young boy, and the Democrats have talked about healthcare reform and healthcare. The healthcare in this country presumably kept him alive. That's something to cheer about, you know. But damn, like, they're so
They
down.
wouldn't even cheer to that.
Yeah, they're so down the rabbit hole of hatred that they can't even celebrate the successes, the collective successes that we share. You know, that's very sad right there.
Yeah.
Think about it, you know.
Yeah, and John,
Yeah.
you're spot on.
That's okay.
And the thing is too, with the mother, the mother from the Lil Ronnie, she was strapped too. So like if they tried to pull that whole gun rights stuff, and you know Beto O'Rourke, it wasn't gonna fly. You're not coming to a state like Texas speaking that type of language.
You know, it's so crazy. I was talking to Stanley.
I told
Go
you
ahead,
guys
Stanley.
earlier. Oh, sorry, really quick. Like I told you guys earlier, in Texas, whenever children are born, they come out the womb with a Glock, with a pistol. Okay, of course, not for real in real life, but we start shooting young, we start hunting young. We know what time it is. We know how to handle a gun. And I just use Chicago as an example. In Texas, because HB, he tells me this, and he talked about this on the panel today, and he's talked about this. They'll run up on you. They'll get real close. Y'all saw the footage. If you were here, and I might show that a little bit later before we end the show, so Stanley can start his show. They were nowhere near Lil Ronnie, nowhere near him at all. They blasted at him at a distance. These kids know how to shoot. They know what they're doing. So even his baby mama, I'd like to think if she was there, somebody has to be strapped. Ronnie wasn't. But we blast him back at you. We're in Texas. So, and shoot him up Texas. That's what we do. But I heard Jasmine Crockett come out speaking about Lil Ronnie and his daughter. Joy Reid, Don Lemon, Rashad Ritchie, Roland Martin, Al Sharpton. John, what is the name of that lawyer that always represents the Negroes?
Oh, Ben Crump.
Ben Crump. I haven't seen it yet. I ain't seen it, but go ahead, John.
You know, one day we was talking about the cop that shot the woman that was about to stab the other woman. Remember that in Ohio?
Yeah.
I remember when I think LeBron posted something, put the damn cop in the spotlight or something. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, he doxed the officer. Yes. Mm-hmm.
But he basically, I think he was telling people to kill him, like, you know, he's next or something. Mm-hmm. And so we were on the panel here. I mean, this was recent, and you know, I said it's interesting that no one ever interviewed the girl who was about to be stabbed. I mean, let her say, "Man, I really appreciate that police officer being there on the scene at the right time, you know, and being able to make that shot, being willing to make that shot, because the girl was about to, you know, really do some serious harm to her, if not outright kill her." And I remember telling you,
John, you never saw the response from the girl that was about to get stabbed? You never saw? Okay, let me go. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
But I remember Stanley was saying, well, she wasn't that good of a person either. In other words, saying, like, you know, it was like taken away from the police in a way. He said, well, you know, hell, both of them. In other words, he said both of them were bad, right? And it's kind of interesting. It kind of reminds me of this situation in that, you know, I know the girl's response wasn't nationally, you know, put around the news, you know, like the shooting was, but I never heard much from her. But it was interesting how Stanley was willing to paint her as, you know, a bad person, almost as if she deserved the stabbing, and the police officer kind of intervened, and, you know.
Mm-hmm. I can't even remember her name right now.
I mean, you don't have to look it up, but it was just interesting. Like, you know, again, this is a black woman about to be stabbed, and it was almost like a flippant response to her life being saved. Kind of like you see this flippant response to this young boy's life being saved by, again, a common good, the healthcare of the police.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's very interesting, the parallels there.
I'm gonna have to find that. Maybe not tonight, but maybe by tomorrow. So I can find the whole entire news interview that she did, talking about, and also with the clips from the case, because the black girl that was about to get stabbed, she wasn't going for it. Okay, and she came out like the Dickens with the police officer's job, and how thankful and grateful she was.
Really? I don't even know her name.
Yeah, and that's what I can't remember her name right now. So I'm thinking, like, you know, it's 11. It's about to be midnight for us here in Texas. So maybe it'll come back to me. But yeah, like John, she came out. She did all her interviews. They even had her testifying in court. She didn't care. She was like that bitch was trying to kill me. I'm so glad for that police officer doing what he did. Like, she extremely grateful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know, like, after that, you know, the story was no longer important from her purview. And so she even came out after that, John, because of the way that the news was reporting it. You know, sympathy from the girl that was trying to kill her. She wasn't going for it. But it wasn't mainstream enough. It wasn't mainstream enough. You know, and those are the sorts of things that suck. But let's finish playing this really quick. Good old cowboy hat. Shout out to Texas. Texas.
But in 28,
I just noticed belt buckle in tow. I wonder if he had the spurs on his boots because you know he is. Listen, you guys think it's crazy, but you know, black folks, we adorn ourselves all the way. We are full-blooded Texans out here. His dad picked him up. The kids seem like, Dad, you don't have to pick me up, whatever. But let's finish.
18, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
Yeah. Doc says something different, DJ. Yeah.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Hey, John, that's not the, I don't know what it is.
That right there would be the picture, kind of like the little black boy rubbing Obama's head portion. That
Say
right
that
there.
again, John.
That right there would be like the picture of the little boy touching Obama's hair. And it'll go down like as a you anyone remember that picture right there? The little boy touching Obama's hair.
No, I don't remember. I have to look
It's
it
an
up.
iconic picture. We got to look that young boy up, see where he is now. But yeah, he's a little boy at the time, probably a little bit younger than this boy. And I guess he wanted to touch Obama's hair, and so he touched Obama's hair, and there's a little boy hugging that man. Yeah, it's pretty. It's something there.
It is. It is. That I think he said something else a little bit after this. Let's see really quick.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services,
RFK.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Hey,
Yeah, Trump was doing that thing tonight.
Can I respond to Tropes? Tropes said,
Of course.
if
That's
Biden
all I
called,
have left. John, you go ahead.
he said if Biden called this out at the State of the Union, it probably get dismissed as pandering. I think the thing is that the Democrats would not highlight someone wanting to be a police officer. And I think that would be the difference. They would highlight someone maybe want to be a scientist or a doctor or a teacher, or fought for abortion rights.
Or a blind black woman whose eyes are funny that hates white folks, and she got pregnant at the age of 18 by a white man.
Yeah, they're not going to highlight someone kind of overcoming the odds.
Exactly, and that's what. Whenever I was going off earlier, exactly. They don't want to show that, John.
Yeah,
For what?
And definitely not pursuing a law and order type profession. And so I think, that's why they wouldn't do that. So we would never see that. They call it coon. I bet the blacks are calling this boy coon right now. They're probably some black nigga going to be a slave catcher.
That's what I said. Like, we gotta wait for tomorrow for whenever all this stuff come rolling out, because the Democrats, you're the party of the Negro. I think that maybe it might. Well, not. I guess maybe for me, I was thinking that because it's a child, it would have been a little bit different, but it wasn't. A child, he's had 13 brain surgeries. He's 13 years old.
Yeah. The thing about the school thing really hit me too. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just started acting stupid. Everybody told him he was stupid. He started acting stupid.
Let me look for that. He says, Mike Johnson and Republicans are on Fox calling Democrats out for not standing for this young man. Let's see.
Dirty Dude said he is dependent to the cops. I think Trump has been pro cops for a very long time. If you understand, he's a landlord in New York City. Shit, he needs people to be able to walk in and out of his building safely. As he's able to charge that much rent over the years. You see how many people don't want to live in my places because they're not safe. So you kind of have a natural alliance with the police if you're doing upscale housing. So probably pro cops all his life. It's nature of the business.
Well, what do you think about Al Green, John, and Portia? Especially since you're a teacher, Portia, that kind of reminded me like what it would be like put in the corner or made like to sit in a stool with a dunce cap on or something, to be run out of the classroom like that. That's pretty bad.
Yeah. That's like Al Green standard. Not too many expectations.
Dirty Dude said, why did he pardon guys who beat the fuck out of them? But we can go with these pro cops, I guess. I think he's talking about January 6th. Is that what he's referring to? Oh man,
hey, Dirty Dude.
I don't think anyone would agree that Enrico Tarrio should have gotten 22 years. I would say anyone that had any interaction with the police down there at January 6th. What was it? What do they call that charge? Assault on a police officer. That doesn't usually get you more than 6 months in prison. But the Democrats use that shit and tortured the people in the DC jail and shit like that. And so, there are some corrupt cops and there are corrupt agencies in the Capitol Police. Probably were very corrupt and in on that January 6th shit. And in that instance, he sided with the people versus the deep state in that sense. That's kind of how I look at it. On the flip side, he also pardoned those DC cops who were put in prison that were convicted of murdering a black guy when someone else ran him over in a car. He didn't have to let them go, but he did. I think when it all balances out, he's been pretty pro cop for a long time.
Yeah. He supported law enforcement in his first administration.
I mean, as I say, man, intrinsically, man, like the man sells rental properties where it's very expensive to live there. He needs it to be safe to demand that price. So of course he's gonna be pro cop. It just makes sense, you know.
I just this is just one clip. I don't know what it says because I haven't listened to it yet. But let's just take a listen to.
Well,
this is from MSNBC.
Hold on, Portia. Dirty dude, I am calling balls and strike, bro. Like, I can't. How many fucking text messages I show up here? Reservations been canceled. People ask me, is the neighborhood safe? That right there, you know, from my own best interest, I'm side with the police. I don't want murderers and killers walking the street where people are afraid to rent my places. So hell yeah, I'm kind of pro police too. I'm pro law and order. How about that? Right?
Yeah.
Right. How about that? And you know, it's just you can't be a landlord real estate guy without being pro law and order. Everything falls, you know, by the wayside without law and order. So again, it makes just perfect sense that Donald Trump will be pro law and order. You know? Anyway, go ahead. Sorry about that, Portia.
But I think this was a lesson in finding one thing that you let yourself feel. And I let myself feel joy about DJ. And I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump's supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he...
I'm not gonna even finish playing that shit. This is exactly what I was saying about the white liberal. And for every black that votes for them, sides with them, stands with them, defends them, whatever that looks like, I can't do it. I can't do it. This child, 13 brain surgeries, 13. Bitch. Well, I hope that, if he's having to defend a Donald Trump, whatever, he doesn't kill himself. You see, black people, they listen to the Negro and the quote unquote white ally that says shit like this. This is what they do.
You know what? I was thinking, hell, hope he don't get killed by some black ass criminal. If he makes it to be a police officer, he's more likely to get killed by black. And police
but then you talking about committing suicide.
Are
you serious? Did you get suicide from what the video that I showed you, that I showed all of you earlier, of him talking about his goals, his plans, his path? Trump laid it all out. And you get on national TV with all of these other white folks, with that black bitch, and you say this, and you know good and damn well, John, that black bitch had no response. She agreed with that white woman.
I only saw Michael Steele. Is there a black woman up there? I only saw Michael Steele.
The black
that
lady
was Rachel Maddow.
No,
That's
the black.
recommended.
You didn't see the black lady host the show that they're on? Rachel Maddow is on her show.
Really? Rachel went on a black woman show?
They're teammates. They work together. What is this? This
Really?
black woman, yeah.
I must have missed that.
MSNBC black lady that
Rachel holds her own.
still has her own show. Yeah,
John.
Rachel, she's not on her show. She's on that one. What is it like, Abby? What is this
Oh,
black?
okay.
What is her name? With the long hair, and everybody says that she's still attractive,
That's
which is
not a
why.
black woman right there, is it? No way.
Yeah,
No, I'm trying to
Nicole
find her.
Wallace, I think, right there. I think her name is Nicole Wallace.
That's Stanley's next wife right there.
Dirty
She's
dude,
always
man.
on.
Go
She's
ahead.
always on with Scott Jennings.
I don't watch much TV these days. I don't know who they are. I think that's Nicole Wallace right there on the TV right here. Dude, as I say, man, like, you look at where Trump's buildings are, and you look at hell where you live or where I live, and the difference in the rents, and the difference in that is primarily safety and location. You don't have to be pro-police, but you got to be pro-law and order because you're demanding a premium for rents. That's just how it goes. The safer it is, the more you can charge. So you have to be pro-law and order.
Wow. This is a mandate.
That has to be that way.
Oh, that's her show? I see the black woman there.
No, it's not her. It's, oh my gosh. I just, you know what? Let me just go and show the picture. Her.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is it
This
what's her
one.
name?
I don't know her name.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, this one. She appeared in that clip that I just showed you guys with the white ladies talking about committing suicide. And you know, Rachel Maddow, she came out strongly against the fact that they fired Joy Reid.
Well,
And so she says she's gonna start showing up on this black female, her panel, if you will. So this was from that one, this one black female right here. Rachel Maddow is on her show.
That's interesting. This is like DEI help.
Abby Phillips, yes, Abby Phillips, yes, this one. You see, like John, like this kind of stuff, I can't, and like I don't need HB getting mad at me for getting too turned up. So,
that's the DEI Help Center, John.
yes, yes, dirty dude. I talked about this the other day. Rachel Maddow. Yeah, because she only works on Mondays. Did y'all forget?
Wait a minute, she's making like $25 million working on Mondays alone?
Yes, so she does her news show at a certain time block for the first 100 days that Trump is in office. But after they fired Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow, which I showed this here, and I know you guys may have missed it, but Rachel Maddow said that she's going to show her, alliance, the quote unquote allies, by going up there with Abby Phillips on her show. And Rachel Maddow promised that she would be with Abby Phillips for tonight. And so the clip that I showed you guys where this white bitch is saying, it's sad and it's this and that, but hopefully he doesn't commit suicide. This white bitch, this is Rachel Maddow on Abby Phillips' show on MSNBC, on CNN, but also being streamed MSNBC because of Rachel Maddow, if that makes sense.
Wow.
You know, she had to take a pay cut too to stay on the air. Maddow did.
Yeah, but I mean,
Maddow's making big money though.
if you're 12th man, like, pay cut, is she still making like $20 million a year? She took a $5 million pay cut.
I forget what it was.
Yeah,
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah,
yes, dirty dude, exactly. Dirty dude, exactly. And see, and like I said earlier, this is why I can't.
Right.
I can't. Like John, I can't do it. Because these are the same types of Negroes that black men and women that willfully, not at the behest of a white person holding a gun to their head, They say, hey, I want to become a cop, so I'm going to go to the police academy. I want to be a firefighter, so I want to go to the fire academy. I want to join the military, forbid any branch. You are the type of Negro. See, because at one point, blacks, they didn't have a choice. They were forced into the military, and they were put on the front lines, and they were put there so that they were killed first, so that the whites would have an advantage on the battlefield. See, but today, we're not talking about Tuskegee and the Airmen or we're not talking about that. We're talking about 2025. Let's just say 1975 and beyond. Blacks made their own choices and their own decisions. And here you are, a 13-year-old child, saying that you hope he doesn't commit suicide because of whatever rules that Trump has in place, and you can't even see the significance and the beauty in his story. The fact that this baby, 13 brain surgeries, 13. I don't know how many you're supposed to survive to be able to still be as bright as this young man. 13 brain surgeries. You heard him. He said, my dad was like, hey, are you slow? You retarded? And he was like, yeah, I realized. Yeah, I need to go to the hospital. But y'all are so cool. White woman coming on national TV talking about this young black child overcoming a feat that he wasn't supposed to overcome. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. That kind of shit, that pisses me off. I don't like that. Because you know what, I have to see, and the reason why this kind of stuff bothers me the way that it does, and some of y'all might, Portia, you're overreacting. No, Portia is not overreacting, because Portia is a teacher. TikTok is real. Twitter is real. Snapchat, Instagram, all of this shit is real. And you know what my kids have to see? They see this type of shit. I don't like that. Do y'all think that I teach at a charter school by accident? I teach at a charter school on purpose. The same way that John Galt lives in the hood, I teach where I teach because of that. Because my kids need to see what it looks like to have a young black teacher who is a master at math. I got rated, I told you, well, I didn't tell you guys, HB told you guys when I made tenure. I'm the top math teacher in the whole entire state. My kids need to see that. That's important. They need to know that. It's important. Ben
That's
Carson,
awesome, Portia.
that's important. It's important. They need to see that and know that. And then for me, it's so real for me. Like for my kids, it's like they can reach out and touch and see that it's real. This is something they can accomplish. I told you guys the story, and John, I'm sure John will remember. And this was last year, and I was telling John about one of my kids who, to be real, he threw a kid off from the second floor over the stairwell. He did. Me and John had a conversation about that, but I was telling John, I said, hey, John, like he wants to be a biochemical engineer. Like he's like super smart. Like, I don't know what it was that the kid that at that moment, I didn't know what the beef was, but we were talking about that. And I'm telling John, I'm like, hey, he's like the smartest kid in the whole school, black kid. Like he is like hands down by far. He got pissed off and he reacted. No, do I support it? Absolutely not. But then I was able to tell John this year in 2025 that same kid that got into a fight with the kid that wouldn't leave him alone, he got accepted into every single top tier engineering school in the United States of America. And he got a full ride scholarship to MIT. So you know where he's going? He's going to MIT. And so even after he did that, he reacted. It was a bad decision. That was a bad call. But you know, he had a Portia, a Miss Portia, say, "Hey, are you out of your? Have you lost it? You let this shit roll off your back, the way that Miss Finch told me whenever I was complaining and I was sad about what they told me that I could not ever be. Whenever I was running for class president at a school Not just any school. My class period alone had over 2,000 kids in it. It was over 10,000 kids at that school, and the only 2 black kids in that school was me. But my white teacher said, "What you worried about that for? Aren't you better than that?" And even though, yes, charter schools, anybody that knows about them, yes, it's typically majority black, as is mine. I had to get on him and check him. But next thing you know, what is he? He stopped playing football. He stopped sports. He got a job. He started doing this, that, and the third, everything else. He got accepted into MIT, full ride scholarship. Do you think that I do not believe in my heart of hearts that he's not going to be somebody who you guys will see one day and know about? I know that without a doubt. And so maybe if the show and stream is still going, I can tell y'all that was my baby, one of my little babies. But one thing I know he'll say, because he said it ever since then, Miss Portia, you're the one that corrected me and told me where I was wrong and why I didn't need to do that, because I'm better than that and I have a future. And I'm going to adhere to the future that I have. I'm going to be better than good enough. I'm not going to just be mediocre. I'm not going to be this little baby daddy. I am messing with these little girls because all of the little girls want them. Believe you me. And he ain't going for it. But imagine this little black kid, 13 brain surgeries, to turn on the TV to hear a white woman tell me that I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to commit suicide because of Trump. Trump ain't got shit to do with his progress and his success post-op. Trump ain't got shit to do with that. But the fact that this white woman was allowed to say this, and she said it on a black woman's show where other black people can listen. I'm telling y'all, I can't do it. I can't get down with the Democrats. I can't. Thank God for Jesus. Thank God for my parents. I'm telling you, I can't. This is what they think of you. This is what they think. And Trump, I don't care what he thinks. I care what we think. And I care for the examples that we set. You saw this father so proud of his son, picking him up. He's 13. Any parent out there, if y'all got teenagers, you know how they are. They don't want nothing to do with you. When the older that my kids get, I told y'all, listen, 7th grade, they in high school now. Miss Portia, listen, chill, pictures, chill. I can't chill. You know, I don't have kids. They're like my babies. I can't help it. These kids, they don't like that. And you can tell that the little boy wanted his dad to put him down because he's like, I got this, Dad. But that's a proud father right there. But here you are. Not only are you denigrating this child, you are doing so to the black father, to the black man that is there with his son. I ain't got nothing for you. I ain't got nothing for you. But shout out to Trump, because you did something beautiful and you made me aware of a child that is not even 15 minutes away from me. And so hopefully, because I reached out and I got a response, we can get them on this show and they don't have to experience or go through listening to these white folks talk about him killing himself. That just made me sick. Y'all go ahead. I just had to get that off. Sorry, y'all go ahead, John. Go ahead.
It's twisted and demonic, Portia, what that bitch said. Like, how would you even formulate a thought like that? Like, oh yeah, I'm a goodie. I'm glad he's
dirty dude.
Happy,
he says, I knew
and
that
survived.
the first time I ever heard Portia speak.
I
knew that the first time ever. When did you know the first time you heard me speak, dirty dude? You're going to have to expound. You knew that the first time I ever heard Portia speak. What did you know? Humble President says, right, Portia, if Dems don't give a damn about a 13-year-old with brain cancer, what do they think about you and me? They think nothing.
You know, everything is political nowadays. Again, they could have pointed to Obamacare and said, well, it was Obamacare that helped him save his life, what we did during Obamacare. They could have used that. Or they could have just left politics out of it and just suffered and said, hell, you know what? Shouldn't we all be happy for this? But I think, everything is political. Everything. Even this young boy, we're sitting here debating, and again, I wonder how he'll look back on this. I wonder how his family looks at him. I wonder if they pan the audience. I would love to see the CBC members, how they, if they didn't stand up, because, again, they love to talk about this child could have been my child. He could have looked like me and all this kind of shit.
But John, isn't that what Obama said about Trayvon Martin?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That could have been his son.
Right. And so naturally, you would stand up for a child overcoming something like that, regardless of the race. But the blacks have focused so much on race, you would think that they would definitely stand up for someone like him almost instinctively. And so I would love to see how the crowd, the black crowd, the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus members responded to that. Because if they sat down, in other words, they chose politics over race, then, it's more or less what I've been saying all along, is that a lot of these blacks, while they talk black shit, Black Lives Matter, in reality, they're choosing politics over race. And if you see them niggas sitting down while we're lauding a young boy who is lucky to be alive, I mean, it doesn't get any clearer than that. Politics trumps race with those niggas. And,
John, I mean, you can't make this shit up. Here's a photo right here. This DJ is trending right now. He's trending. He's the top trending topic right now on social media. You see him, they sitting down. Sitting down. I don't have any room for that. I just don't. I don't
zoom in on the niggas like Hakeem Jeffries and Max Ward. Like, we need to see, I can see him, and they need to really be challenged. Like you talk all this black ass shit, and here's a nigga with facing death, a little child, and you can't go against your party and stand up for him. Like, we know who your masters are in that sense,
The same masters.
One Democrat stood up. I wonder who that was.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell us who the Democrat was that stood up, because
the Democrat plantation never changed. It's always been the same throughout slavery.
Oh, here we go.
They still have that same mentality.
Here we go, folks. We've got it. The one Democrat that stood.
Really sad.
I knew it was gonna be
a white woman. A white woman. So we have the one. I want to give a shout out to Democrat Representative Laura Gillen. She was the sole Democrat who stood up and clapped as 13-year-old cancer patient DJ Daniel was being honored by President Trump and Director Curran. Thank you, Rep. Laura Gillen. To the rest of the Democrat Party, shame on you. And you know what, John? See, listen, I'm probably going to have to hop down because I'm going to get too animated and I don't want HB to get upset with me. However, it took, like I told you guys about Lil Ronnie, who got shot up at Slappy's car wash. He and his daughter. There was a white woman that picked up the phone and called 911 when all of the black folks that were there, they pulled off. There's only one 911 call. Only one. Only one. A white woman did that. She heard gunshots. She called them immediately. He wasn't even dead yet whenever she called. His daughter was. He wasn't. You have this one white woman standing up for what y'all say y'all are about. Protection. Looking out for blacks. Uplifting blacks. Blackity black, 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 Black Lives Matter. It took for a white woman to stand up for this black child that has brain cancer.
I knew it was gonna be a white woman. I knew it, Portia. I knew. Oh,
A white woman. A white woman that
knew it.
stood up in the
Oh,
midst
I
of
knew
all
it.
of you fools.
Oh, I
This
knew
white
it. I
woman
knew it.
stood up. That you
I didn't want to
for
say it.
everything, John. John, listen to me. Listen, I don't give a damn about. Listen, I do not. The black that votes Democrat. I've said this 1,000 times. I love Stanley. He is the only one I can talk to. If it's not Stanley, I can't. I do not like echo chambers. I want one. I'm black. Okay? I'm black. If y'all didn't know, I'm black. Echo chambers, I need that in my life because I'm black. I don't care to hear from these people. All right? Because
Well, I think,
everything that they
Portia,
talk about, it's not in my best interest. Every single black person, John, Jasmine Crockett, if nobody else, John, Jasmine Crockett is from Texas, John.
yeah, she needs to stand up for a
She's
little
from
nigga.
Texas. She's in the DFW Metroplex. She is right. Listen, John, I reached out while we were live. I reached out. They've already responded to me. They are out here where we are, John. They are out here where we are. The likelihood of me getting them on our channel, on this show, very high. I've already gotten a response. John, are you hearing me? But Jasmine Crockett, Miss Soul Sister #1, not even you. The dad is Texas down. Those of you that were listening while we were live, I was like, oh, Lone Star State. Look, I already know what time it is. Pull out the cowboy hat. We see the belt buckle. We're clued in. You know, for a lot of black people that aren't from Texas, black cowboys, the whole thing. You know, black folks, we have belt buckles, cowboy boots, and cowboy hats too. It's not a white thing. It's a Texas thing. However, you got Jasmine Crockett, the loudest ghetto black bitch in Congress right now. A baby mama. She got everything to say about everything else. She got something to say about everything else, but even she sat down and did not stand up for something like this. See, this type of stuff, John, it ain't got shit to do with politics, John. Brain cancer isn't racist.
Well,
Cancer isn't racist.
But I think for them, Portia, honestly, it does. You know what I'm saying? And they've lost the element of humanity in that
I ain't got it.
they saw a child, man, like, and they couldn't even say, give the child, oh, that's fucking amazing. That's fucking amazing. Right?
I ain't got it.
Amazing. God
And
damn.
for whatever it was that I said before, who said this? Trump 2024. Everything that I said before, whatever it was, because I don't even remember, because this kind of shit rubs me real bad. But the fact that it was a white Democrat, come on now. John, seriously. Come on now. Come on. It should have been y'all. It should have been you. Because y'all are so pro blackity black. This child, he ain't got shit to do with what happened with Lil Ronnie at the car wash. He ain't got nothing to do with this gang violence, scamming, whatever it is. T-shirts, street signs, colors. This is a baby, a child who has been diagnosed with something that he did not ask for. If anything else, if nothing else, y'all could have stood in admiration of this baby. He's black. Ain't that what y'all all about? But y'all couldn't even do that, you see. And for me, that's why I can't. The Democratic Party has never switched. There's never been a change. They are who they are, and they will continue to be who they always have been, against the Black American, against the Negro. The only time that they are in support of the Negro is when the Negro is dead. Not when the Negro is down, because if the Negro is down, you know, they set them free. Like the kid from Alabama that got to murder for 14 months. He had already been charged with 7 bodies. His representative attorney said, hey, he's not a flight risk. Bring his bond down to at least 60,000. That white woman, that white judge, she did that, John. She did it. He has 7 bodies on him, John. They had already had him in custody. The judge said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that. He bonded out that same day. You know what he did that same day, John? He went and killed the firefighter. He went and killed the firefighter. And then after that, he got 6 more bodies. 6. And you know, all of the people that he killed, John, they were all black. All of them. See, so we can have a conversation, but you see this child, this baby here, this baby with cancer, 13 surgeries. Y'all won't stand up for him, but y'all would stand up for a Negro like the one in Alabama who done killed everybody black. He didn't kill no white people. The only people he killed was black. But you want to make me believe, oh, well, black folks, you know, the reason why the numbers is wrong, you know, it's way more than 13% of Negroes in America because black people don't fill out the census. Hey, listen, they don't need you to fill out the damn census, stupid. They don't need you to do that. Whenever you enroll your kids in school, whenever you go to the doctor, whatever it is that you do, they know how many Negroes it is. We're not growing in numbers. We're weakening in numbers. Not only do you kill yourselves after being born, you do it before being born. Okay? Diabetes, heart disease, and everything else up under the sun. We're not even 13%. We're less than that. Whatever legacy and hope it is that you wish to see for blacks in this country, you're ruining it every day. But you have a child that's done nothing. But what he did do is he beat that cancer. He did that. But he's not good enough for you. I ain't got shit for it. You know, and these are the reasons. These are the reasons. Here I go, getting involved in politics. And even while I'm getting my master's right now in public administration, John, I just, yeah. What's the point? What's the point?
It's an incredible time to be alive, for sure. Seeing these things unfold right before us.
I'm getting my damn MPA right now. I graduate in May and shit. And it's just like, for what? Like, you know, all of these, I don't really have political endeavors, but maybe I'll do a stream about this one day, like how y'all say, oh, they pick who they want to pick or whatever, and I'll explain how it's not the system, it's the people. But it's just like, I'm much rather, and I think, John, you referenced this earlier, I'd much rather be where I'm at on the ground as I have been. Even whenever I bought my businesses, I bought them with intent, John. John, whenever I bought my businesses, John, you know, I could have bought in white neighborhoods that serviced and catered white people that hired white children, but I didn't do that. I went to the blackest place that I could find at home, where I can hire black kids so that they could see the difference. But you know, John, I didn't just do that. I started teaching black kids. We talked about this earlier. Ag land in Fort Worth, Texas. Ag land, the beef territory, John, listen, I was there for 3 years, John. Ag land, you got the Bloods, the Crips, and the cartel kids. I stayed there for 3 years with those kids. It was hard. It was, I ain't gonna lie. I learned things that I never knew because I didn't grow up like that. But I said, you know what? I'm gonna come out here, I'm gonna be the science teacher. Okay, we're gonna get through it. And I was able to bring out something in these children. I mean, I'm talking, this school is so crazy. And I think I know I've said this before online. Our kids came to in middle school, mind you, middle school, with pistols. Okay, they would hide them in the bushes. Prostitution was something that I've never seen. I was 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Okay. Whenever you walk in the school, metal detectors all over the place. And I might show you guys some videos. I might one day. We'll see how I feel about that. However, the school was on lock and key. Do you hear me? Lock and key in ag land. I was at the worst school in the area because we had so many different territories. And these are kids. Now, what they did to the other teachers and their cars and all of that didn't happen to me. So thankfully, I had good peace with my kids. But I had to get up out of there because I eventually started. I got scared. Eventually, I don't want them to turn on me. But even after that experience, I still went back black. I went to charter, and that's where I'm at right now. I could be anywhere else, John. Just like you, John. You out there with us. You ain't gotta be. John, you know what? I could be teaching in my own school district where I grew up. I didn't told y'all, if y'all been listening tonight, my class had over 2,000 kids.
We've been listening, Don.
I had my class, over 2,000 kids. My brother, 2 years older than me. His class, over 2,000 kids. So if we're looking at each class, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, all of them have 2,000 plus kids because where we grew up, it was the only high school and it was only 2 black kids. Me and my brother. And whenever my brother left, it was just me. That's it. Just me. I could be teaching out there, but I'm not. I'm not. With reason. Because I want black kids to see me. Same thing in business. Yeah, there's a black person that can hire you, sign your paychecks, pay you, get you in order. And my kids, I mean, a lot of them, my kids now, but a lot of them, they've graduated. They've gone off to, college. And, a lot of my babies, they're graduated from college this year. It's emotional. It's just like, oh, my God, But it's good for me, and it's good for them to see it.
Yeah,
when you look at the Democratic Party, that's not what they represent. They don't represent that. They want to see our kids with their hands out, John, begging.
Portia, you could be making better money being a private tutor for homeschool students, but you're not.
Oh, 12th man, 12th man.
And you know that too,
12th
right?
12th man. I do that too. I do private homeschooling as well. I do that too. Sorry, it's already in the works. Yeah, I do that too. Yeah, I do. I just can't.
That's where the big money in teaching is at. That's what I heard anyway. I don't.
Yeah, no, the big money in teaching right now is homeschooling. Yes, they have homeschool coalitions, and I told you guys, y'all know I have my garden, all of that, where I get my eggs. My egg lady, she's black. My egg lady is black. Her and her husband. You want to know how many kids they got? They got 11. They got 11 kids. Okay? So they got 11
That's
kids.
a whole
And they
schoolhouse.
Yeah, yes, it is. It is. And so she's black, but she speaks Spanish, but she is a black American. She just, learned how to speak Spanish. I mean, we're Texans. I just did, I just speak English, whatever. So, her coalition, so she has like these like the portable buildings or whatever it is that you call them, on her and her husband, they have them on her property. And so for the coalition in our area, in our region, you have teachers that were teaching in public, private, and charter. They're now doing homeschooling. But the homeschool coalition, so in the state of Texas, we have the largest homeschool coalitions in the whole entire country. And you have teachers that just said, hey, I'm not doing this shit no more. We're going to do this homeschool thing. I have my subject. They have a certain set amount of teachers, you know, to teach whatever subject. And they're getting paid far more than they would have ever in the school system. And so my egg lady, she always tells me, you know what you need to do? You need to come with us, because you know that everybody's always looking for a math teacher. Everybody, private, public,
That's not where
charter.
your passion is at, though. Your passion is showing other black students how they can make it like you did. Basically.
No, my passion is, I would say my passion is that, but it's tied up in education as well, because I like to teach, right? I like to teach. And so, hopefully, by God's grace, this year, I'll be joining a coalition, you know.
Homeschool coalition?
Yeah. Hopefully that's the goal. But that doesn't take away from what I'm doing with my businesses or, you know, my students, because even my students right now, like we do online tutoring and everything. Like there's people in this space. Y'all know who y'all are. I tutor your kids. Yeah, you know who you are. I tutor y'all's kids. I mean, and I don't charge anything, you know, especially in this space. I just do it because I want to. But whenever you have blacks that get online and or get on TV, like the Jasmine Crockett's, and I just have to point her out because she's here in Texas. She's close by, and you know, I'm prepping myself for her. I'm getting ready for her.
I'd like to see you two in a debate.
Yeah,
I bet you'd rip her a new asshole, Portia.
Yeah, y'all are going to be seeing that very, very soon. Don't you worry. However, you get on TV and you talk about this shit, but you're not doing it, right? They voted for you. I don't know why, but they did. But you're not doing it. You're not
gonna get her out too, aren't you,
looking out for your people. You should be, though. You should be looking out for your people, Miss Jasmine Crockett. Juneteenth.
You're gonna kick her out like Al Green got kicked
Juneteenth
out.
should have never been a federal holiday. Juneteenth is some Texas shit. Juneteenth has been set in stone in the Texas statute since the 1970s. That's what we do here. But you're not a good representation of it to me. If you're pushing the Negro away from progress, you're no better than the slave owners and the Confederates. Jasmine, you're not any better.
Well, the Confederates were Democrats, weren't they?
Well, yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
no. 12th Amendment, yes, exactly. They were Democrats, and Jasmine Crockett is a Democrat as well. Humble President says John could be in Dubai, but instead he dwells amongst the N-words administered the federal housing civil rights.
Bro, I'm banned from that shit forever and ever. I can't accept Section 8.
John, I know what you're doing and what I'm doing is totally different, but it's kind of similar. Whenever people come at you and you're Uncle Tom #1, Coon #1, this, that, and the third, like, that always bothers me. And I know, like, whenever I was first introduced to you, I was trying to figure out, and you know, I wasn't even sure in the beginning. Because I'm like, I don't know about him. Because it's like, yeah, we have characters and personalities that we put on for the show, right? But over time, and it wasn't even a long time, I think it was like a week, you know, it's like you get to see, you get to hear, you get to understand. John, what you're doing, even what you showing me, like the light fixtures earlier in the toilets and shit, for the people that be renting out properties and stuff like that, especially the people that destroy and don't care and this and that. And then, John, too, you live out there with them. You don't have to do that. You don't have to. And so it's just like, yeah, they can call you a coon all day long, call you anti-black, whatever it is. No. If I was really anti-black, believe you me, I wouldn't be dealing with these Negroes at all.
They know I don't mind. You know, I like going back and forth with them.
See, I wouldn't be dealing with them at all. Believe in me, I don't have that background. That's not my background. I come from a two-parent household. My parents are very well-to-do. And so I guess if you would say, like in Black America, my parents would be a top 1% upper-class Negro. My mother's a doctor. My father is retired military, and he works very high up in the federal government. Okay? I didn't grow up without. I grew up with everything. Now, my parents, even though they had it, was you don't get what you want when you want it. You get what you want when I want you to have it. You know what I'm saying? So I could be so many other things, but that's not who I am. And John, even though we grew up different, that's not who you are. Because believe you me, I could be anywhere else, but I'm here with us. Just like you are. I don't live around us, but I teach and I hire us. You know, I can't,
Yeah, I know
John,
what you mean. Yeah, you're a woman. You gotta take certain precautions.
you are so much more braver than me. I
You're a
can't
woman.
live around the Negro. I can't.
I would respect
I told you what happened earlier. My neighbors, their trash cans busted through my front windows of my home. I'm not worried about nobody coming in here, but as HB told you guys, not this house. Yes,
You know,
everywhere
and
you
that's
can
like-
reach, you will get shot. But
As I said, Portia, it's up to the
best that we
men.
can.
It's up to the men to make it safe for the women to move in. You know, a buddy of mine, he's in real estate, and he comes up with this whole little theory. He says, you can tell a good neighborhood by the quality of the women walking around. Because the men make it safe enough for the women to come, the pretty women to come. And otherwise, you know, I think there's something to that.
Yeah. Shout out to HB2N. My beloved, he is here in Texas, and he just
He's back from Texas.
Right on.
no, he is on the road right now. He'll be home next week. He just left this weekend though. But you know, he got here, and he just oddly, strangely, you know, because we even though I love him, that's my baby and everything. I get it, but you know, it's still a vetting process. It's just like, are we sure? No, he came, and it's just like you would think that he was born and raised here. And so if something were to happen like that, so like what happened today with the wind and the tornadoes and stuff, the whole component of if somebody would come in his house, if he was here with me, no, we would be blasting together, because that's just kind of how we move. And I'm proud of that. You know, I'm proud of that. I like that he loves guns and to shoot just as much as me, and he actually gets to fulfill that dream here in the great state of Texas. Tom Gully says Jasmine Crockett got 85% of the vote in the 2020 vote for Texas Congressional District 30. Also, she was one of the Democrats who walked out of the speech this evening. Excuse my French. Fuck Jasmine Crockett. I got time for her. I do. I have time for her. I have a lot of time. The Emerging Leaders Conference is coming up, and so Jasmine, listen. I know you'll be there, but humbly, I expect to be the person that makes you walk out of that as well at the end of the month. Yes, Bossman, go ahead.
How do we flip that seat at that 85% Democrat? That's an awful lot. Do you honestly think that seat could be flipped?
It's Dallas.
So it's probably not going to be flipped.
MFB just said HB is streaming right now. Let's see.
HB is? No way.
It says HB is oh, he said he's steaming right now, not streaming. I was like, no, I don't think he's, because I was like, hold on, wait, let me check, because HB, it is midnight.
Don't get your blood pressure up, HB. Don't get your blood pressure up, homie. It's gonna all be good.
No, I am the storm. He is my calm. He is my calm. That's why I have to keep saying his name, because whenever I start getting too turned up, I have to remember. Because I'm very passionate about it, and he is just like, hey, babe, not calm, chill, right? So, Dirty Dude says good math teachers are damn sure the toughest to find. Yes, and not just good math teachers, Dirty Dude. Any math teacher, yeah, very hard to find.
High approval rating.
But you know what, John? You're so good on your toes with math. John, you would be a good math teacher.
I think so.
You would be a phenomenal math teacher.
Portia, do you teach budgeting classes to your students?
Oh yeah, I teach. Yeah, we cover like I teach at a collegiate academy, 12th man. So like we cover all of the bases. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
And I'm in a charter. Yeah, so like I'm in a charter. It's not government funded. It's publicly funded, and we cover all of the bases. Yes, we do.
Higher approval rating.
I'm sorry, John.
Now I was going to say higher approval rating is coming out for Trump's speech, according to a CBS poll.
Do you have the clip up so you can show it to us?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Give me 1 second. Where is it?
We want to make sure that we show it, just in case they don't think we lie. John, is this background that I have, was this bad for tonight, or does it look okay?
Yeah, it looks fine.
Looks all right. Well, you weren't asking me, but I think it looks all right.
And I lose it. I had it somewhere. Let's see.
Y'all know what sucks? I have collaboration day tomorrow. Because I told you guys about me and all of my illegal kids. I have to go all the way to Dallas tomorrow for collab day. And it's an hour and 40 minutes away, so I have to get up super early. And it's already 1 a.m. I have to get up early so I can Dallas on time. An hour and 40 minutes, Texas, that's just kind of how it is. It's such a big state.
I gotta go there one day for that big bull roast they have, or big cow roast, like where they roast a bunch of cows.
Oh wow! Wow, John! Wow!
So yeah, pretty strong approval rating, almost like a mandate there.
That's a beautiful thing to see, John. 76% of the American people in a poll approved of it. It was that good. I mean, in my opinion.
I think a lot of people would look at their parents and say, damn, could my mother do that? Could my father do that? As I said, like I was listening to the speech, I cooked. I listened to it, I cooked. I came back, did some other shit, and he's still talking. I'm like, damn, this nigga's 70-something years old. And he's a very, like a very high energy person. And I've been looking at this shit for a long time, Portia, to be honest with you. Like, how the fuck is he doing this? I'm talking about the first term. I told you about when he went to San Diego and he had to walk through that ditch and shit. They had blocked the road. And I compare him to my mother. My mother, hell no, my mother wouldn't do that shit. She wouldn't go through it. And he doesn't have to do this shit. He's rich, very, very rich. He doesn't have to do it. He said it many times, I don't have to do this shit. And like you've seen him travel. He's in 3 or 4 cities in one day, like a 70-year-old man. I can't get my mom to go to the airport. I don't want to go to the airport. Yeah. And he is, plane, stop, speech, plane, speak again.
I mean, he got shot and he still kept going. Him getting shot didn't stop nothing.
Then someone tried to shoot him again.
Yeah.
Then he talks about
in Florida at his golf course.
Yeah, he talks about genetics and shit like that, and I think that there is something to that. Like he's a very special individual, to be honest with you, because most men and women his age can do what he's doing. I got to step away. I'll be back. I got to make a call.
Okay.
Well, Portia, I want to see the documents on the shooters. The Trump shooters or the one would-be shooter. I'd like to see those documents released and see what were they because apparently there's a Ukrainian connection in there.
With that other guy, yeah, like I saw that earlier today. I have to do more research on it before I bring it. Before I bring it to you guys, but I haven't done enough research yet.
Yeah, it's all good, Portia.
But yeah,
Great
I
show.
saw that with that guy. The one who had the guns, and he let them know, and it was like in the back of his truck or whatever, or backseat of his car. However that went.
Was that the one at the Mar-a-Lago Golf Resort?
I believe so.
Yeah, and then they arrested him alive later, right? Remember those videos?
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah, I'd like to see more of those documents released.
Charged. Taking this one out. Okay, we have.
And probably buried him in a
Night. They didn't close schools, Portia. Kimmy. Okay, so it was. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention to what was going on outside, so I did not know. But during the stream earlier, my kids, a few of my kids, I didn't have it was my off period, and they came upstairs. My middle school kids, because upstairs is high school, but my middle school kids, they came upstairs looking for me just to make sure that I was gone. And so for them to find that I was still there, they're like, "Oh, why are you still here? You need to go." Da, da, da. All of this, that, and the third, right? So during that process, I found out that they were saying that the kids, none of us could leave. So basically, we were beholden to the school. So I'm checking our communications and all of those things, and I'm able to confirm that this, in fact, is true. And so these kids, they have their cell phones, Kimmy, of course, as you know. And again, charter school, we don't have buses or anything like that. The parents, they actually have to drop their kids off and pick them up. They have to pick them up. So the parents, they're going crazy. But I was on the stream, so I couldn't record anything to be able to show you guys. And so we got to a point to where John was talking about something, showing me something, and I run into the hallway, and it's just like a cluster, because the kids' parents are going crazy. It's kids outside, again, pre-K 2 all the way to 12th grade, so it's parents like in primary, secondary, and high. It was a hot mess. And so they ended up sending out communication saying the parents could come and pick the kids up because of the sand and tornado storm. And also, whenever I was on stream earlier, I was driving home and I saw a trampoline lift into the air. It fell right in front of my car. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, it was pretty nuts. And whenever I got home, my neighbors, their trash cans, because trash day is tomorrow.
Wait a minute, Fortune. Did you have to get out and move it out of the way before you could continue on?
No, I had to just wait for the other cars.
I mean?
Yeah, I had to wait for the other cars to pass. And once they passed, I went around it. But it was a huge, the trampoline basically took up most of the street. And so I'm getting ready to turn on my own street, to get home. And when I get home, we call them Herbie Kirby's. I know they call them some, or maybe they have a different name in different, well, not maybe, I know they have different names in different states, but the Herbie Kirby's. So like all throughout the week up until trash day. You put your trash into the Kirby, and then you pull them out to the curb for the trash. And so I have in my house, I have like the really big front window. And so whenever I got home, again, me on the stream talking to HB and John, and I kind of like freak out a little bit whenever I get home because the recycle, the compost, and the trash bin, all of them were in my big windows in the front of my house. And
well, I wanted to ask you also, Portia, about that one immigrant bitch that was stealing your shit and then wearing it in front of you. Did they ever get deported yet?
No, they're still here at 12, man.
Hold up. I heard storm, so that woke me up.
Oh, Virgo. Oh, I didn't even know. Oh, Virgo, you still up here on the panel?
Somebody talking about storms.
Yeah, talking about the tornadoes here in Texas.
Did you see the eye? Did you see the eye of the hurricane, Portia?
The eye of the hurricane.
Early. Yeah, HB said I battled the eye of the hurricane earlier.
Well, I mean, Virgo, you did. I mean, a hurricane and a tornado.
I saw the eye. I saw the eye of Sauron.
You know, I don't want to be in the Virgo. I don't want to be in the business of comparing a hurricane to a tornado. All right, like tornadoes are.
Oh, they're both horrible. They're both horrible.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But a tornado and a hurricane is horrible.
That tornado could pick up your whole house.
Yes, it can. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Ebony,
tornadoes, they'll pick up anything.
Transferred all the way to Kansas like your name was Dorothy.
What you went through.
Ebony, are you back in your own house yet? Like back on your land yet?
No, not yet. But the roof is almost done.
Is your mango tree gonna be salvageable? Like, you gonna be able to save some of it?
12th man, let's not talk about the mango tree.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You could plant a new one, maybe.
Yeah, so that's like what you went through, Virgo, is totally different.
Yeah, but it's different, but it's the same, if you know what I mean. It's like it's still like damage and
as far as like a natural disaster. But Virgo, listen, I'm telling you, whenever I was because they were saying nobody can leave, we have to stay in the building, just for safety purposes. And the parents started to act a fool because, in fact, they did. Whenever I was driving home and I was on the panel, whenever I saw that trampoline in the air and it just like plopped right in front of me, I was like, oh shit. Oh my goodness, because it was like a huge trampoline. So it's like I saw it being lifted from the backyard of the house. And if you guys go back to the stream from earlier, you'll be able to see the aftermath. But it was just like, this is nuts, But like,
hopefully no kids were on there.
Happen. No, it was just the trampoline. I mean, that trampoline was huge. And I'm just trying to think, like, gosh, but that was a huge trampoline. Nonetheless, it was just in the middle of the street. I'm pretty sure it's still there right now, actually. But whenever I got home and I saw my house, I was like, oh my God, But I had to calm down a little bit because I'm like, okay, that's fine, because I'm set to get my windows tinted, anyways, because the summer's coming. It'll be getting hot. It'll be getting hot in Texas and all that. But,
It is what it is. In Texas, unfortunately. It's gonna be getting hot again down there.
You said what?
The rattlesnakes will be
sure
out.
Is hot as Hades. Yeah, hot as Hades. snakes,
All the solid snakes will be out.
bobcats, coyotes, all of it. Yeah, solid snake. Shout out to
Love
solid
you,
snake.
Evan.
We have John Galt back in the building.
What's up, John?
Where is John?
He's right there above your head.
Is Solid Snake back in the audience? I don't see Solid Snake in the audience.
Oh, yeah. John, here he is right here. Just
Oh, okay.
a
I
couple
thought
of
he
minutes
decked
ago.
out.
What's up, Black Knight? Solid Snake is here. Now, Stanley, let me go back and double check. Oh shoot, I have to set up
Stanley.
HB show. Oh Lord.
Solid Snake probably waiting on Stanley.
Because Stanley, he's set up a whole. He's just been setting up a whole lot of shows, and I've been trying to keep up. So it's the 5th now. So
Tom and Stanley.
I think is this the no? Because this is February 28th, 2 a.m. So I think this Land of White Trash Brave. Home
Did Braves go live today?
Tweet.
Did Braves go live
the
today?
date for it, so I'm not confused. I have no clue. Then we have this one. It says, "I don't entertain the ignorant nor idiots," and that's
That should be his title every night.
and then Stanley.
Why'd you starting up multiple shows?
Well, honestly, I'm thinking, even though
That
the
doesn't
date
make any
hasn't changed, I think that the show that Stanley's doing tonight, I think that his show tonight is going to be this Land of White Trash Brave, home of the Twee.
See, I can't stay up for Stanley's show. I'm
Stanley, if you're
probably gonna
listening,
fall
if not,
back
I'll
asleep.
give you a call. So,
Me neither, Virgo.
I know how to redirect
I think I'd rather listen to music anyway.
because sometimes it gets confusing for me. Hey, John, are you going to go to the open mic night, the poetry jam tomorrow with that
That's good. With that gay guy.
homosexual and
I
his
am fortunate.
BDSM gear?
I'm gonna sing you a song, baby. I promise.
That shit.
Wait, who's having a
I might do that shit.
who's having an open mic night tomorrow?
Yeah, this
John.
Go ahead, Portia.
But John's having an open.
John is yes, it's a super mega homosexual, and he's
Oh my God.
super gay.
I ain't going to no. I ain't going to that one. Like if you was doing open mic,
It's gonna be
Fortune,
live. You guys have to come.
I want John to sing "End of the Road" by Boyz II Men.
Like
I
John,
think it'd be live streaming.
you guys, yeah. So it's starting to, as it's starting to get warmer, but like it's gonna be indoors, and so John, he will be there. And it's not like, well, maybe John, y'all know how John is. Like he might be like, hey, can you oh, John, if you do that, if you talk to him about being on the show, like, hey, I'm live streaming this, that, and the third. Oh my gosh, John, he's a homosexual, so he's gonna be like craving the attention.
You know who else I reached out to?
Oh my
Portia?
gosh. Yeah, he's gonna be wanting to talk about everything. That would be so great. Oh my God.
I reached out to that beautician here in DC that dragged that girl for the money that wasn't paid. So I'm hoping.
You reached out to who?
Remember the girl that was shown on the stream earlier? Look, right here in DC, so I'm hoping she.
John, you reached out to her.
Yeah, I want her on the stream. So a lot of people are
John,
criticizing
she
her.
drugged that bitch. John, she drug her like from whatever room they were in all the way to the door. I mean, oh my gosh, that's gonna be great. So
that young girl.
This seems positive because I'm getting a little DJ. You got Jason Kessler, and you also got this female that drugged her client. Yeah. We
The
doing
reason
some
why,
stuff. We
the
doing
reason why
some things.
I can kind of sympathize with the girl. You know, she's 18, and you look at the salon that she is. She's kind of nice, and she's got a nice car. She's a
The
business
girl
woman.
that drug her is 18, John.
Yeah, and the other girl's 15. So they were very close in age. But this young girl, 18 years old, and I went on her Instagram, she's talking about got her first apartment and, open up her shop and stuff like that. So
Okay, John, wait. Okay, so the salon owner that has that beautiful property, she's 18, and a girl that she drugged is 15.
yeah, I could be off by a year or two, but the young girl, the 18-year-old business owner, she's doing business with black people. Motherfuckers be running out on her, I'm sure, be shorting her on the pay, and then they offered to pay her 2 weeks later. What the fuck? You send it to the wrong cash app. Well, she should have had a QR code, fair enough, but you should have sent it to the right address as well. And then the mother said, well, let me pay you 2 weeks later. No, that's not acceptable. I know you ain't gonna pay me 2 weeks later. She knows if she and it's kind of like, at 18, she's learning a lot about doing business in the black community. So, yeah, I wanted to bring her on and talk to her about that. Yeah. What's up, Snake?
What's up, everybody? I missed everything tonight, y'all. It was busy. I missed everything. What up, man? What up, everybody in the chat, man? If y'all ain't, man, hey, we do this over here, man. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe button.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, man. Hey, and if you ain't did it yet, man, please hit that Cash App. Because it looks like it's about to get real up in this thing, man, and we need the support, man, because YouTube doing their thing. But we need everybody in the audience to do your thing, man. Support the channel. Let's keep this thing going. You know what I'm saying? Nah, let me stop praying.
Yeah. Solid Snake is the best hype man. He's better than Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav! Nah, that's my dog, man. That's my, bro. Hey, back in the day, man, I used to walk around. I ain't walk around with big clocks on. I walked around with my AM, FM cassette player radio. You know what I'm saying? Because it was better than the clock. Because I always knew what time it was. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm bumping that shit. Till the CD player came out. And I wasn't trying to get that CD player jack because you paid like $400 for them thing back in 1990. Hey, bro. You ain't even touched my CD player, bro. You played my CD player. One time I rode with my CD player when I had my, you know what I'm saying, my little guardian angel with me. I wasn't riding around the hood. I wasn't walking around the hood with my CD player hanging around my neck without my motherfucking guardian angel, Gabriel. That's what I called him. But anyway, everybody hit that like button, man. Hit that share button.
You know what?
$10 a day for portion change.
Snake,
It
my
sounds good.
guardian
It just
angel was
ring off the
Gabriel
tongue.
too.
Huh? Say it again, Portia. My bad.
My guardian angel too, Gabriel.
Yeah, man. Gotta have your guardian angel. I called him Gabriel.
Yeah, and so Snake, me and HB, I'm telling him, like, whatever the first name is that we pick, that's okay. But the middle name, I want it to be Gabriel. And he said no, because, well, for the baby, like if we have a son.
Yeah, if I had a
he
son,
says because whenever you say
Portia.
Gabriel, it says gay. It says gay. So
No, that's a damn lie.
Oh man, tell him to hush his damn mouth.
Anti. No, see, you can't use English linguistics with common man spirituality because it's only a phase in time that English is going to be a popular language. But you need to have your spirit represent the spirit, and it need protection. And right now, the only guardian I got is Gabriel. I ain't talking about
I'm not
Mike.
doing
Michael ain't gonna do a damn thing for me. I'm gonna do for my goddamn self. I come from the book of Job. Gabriel, my angel. Y'all gotta read the book, man. Y'all gotta get into the book. That's your sword and your shield if you read it right.
I'll do a portion mic drop, but not a gay one. No fucking one.
I'm just saying, man. I like when you did today earlier. And I was trying to sleep because the motherfucker told me I had to come to work. But, you know, we got a lot of miscommunication going on in my job right now. A lot of shit going on. They scared they finna get deported. They scared to come. It's all kind of crazy shit. But I'm doing a lot of hours right now. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't able to join the party like what I want to do. See, a lot of times I just sit back and listen because I know I got to put in my Zen mode and I got to get rested up for work to go and deal with the people. So I don't want the people being mad at me because I'm slacking on my job, because I'm trying to be a representation of this MAGA America that we building. And I'm finna move on, you know what I'm saying? I got to do it. But
You
at the
done
same
drove
time,
John off.
huh?
I said you done drove John off.
Well, shit, y'all gonna have to deal with me every day after a while, in a minute, because I'm finna move right there where he at. Where his
over
ass is.
there, Virgo.
I'm finna be a John Galt tenant, y'all.
You're gonna be a John Galt tenant.
tenant. Y'all don't believe that. Y'all don't believe that, but I told John, buy a store, man. Buy a store. Don't buy no more houses.
Like
buy a store. We can get more
5
houses.
o'clock in the morning over there. Some
Shit, man, I don't sleep. I'm damn near Arab at this point. I work that motherfucker 24 hours.
You damn near inebriated. That's what you are, right?
Huh? Oh, come on. No, you can't just interrupt me with snipes. Come on, because you got me earlier this morning with the flashing snake comment, and I heard it, and I ain't gonna lie. You're wrong. You're wrong, Virgo. You're wrong.
I love you, Solid. I love you.
You messy, Virgo. I swear, you call me flashing snake.
He ain't never gonna get over that, huh?
Nope.
I love you. I love you, Solid.
Universal. Nope, that's worse than laptop universal.
Oh, come on now. That is not worse than laptop.
Yeah,
Stop it.
Because I buy a motherfucker a laptop. But man, your dick can't get hard. Something to
buy me a laptop, motherfucker.
Hey, this PG-13 off the script, man. We off the script right now. We open panel, Solid Snake.
Oh, you need yourself. You need to get yourself some Blue Chew. You ever heard of Blue Chew?
Nope.
Well, look into Blue Chew.
Only one I deal with is God.
I don't know if Blue Chew would be
God
good
ain't
for
something
Snake.
Solid, what you
You
be
think Blue
smoking
Chew would be
on?
good? I don't think Blue Chew would be good for Snake.
Hold on,
Solid, what you be smoking on, dog?
Y'all doing me wrong. Y'all talking too much now. I can't understand what's going on now. Hold on. Who said so? What you say?
Okay. Snake. Hey, Snake, we love you. Don't you be running around talking about somebody talking too much, all right? Okay? You don't have the room. You know, I'm gonna do you like Trump did Zelensky. You don't have the cards. You don't have the cards.
Oh, my bad. Ooh, you about to get me up out of here. You about to get me up out of here, ain't you, boys?
No, Snake, I would never get you up out of here. I wouldn't do that to you.
She just messing
I don't want to
with
be Zelensky. Hey, I like the way Portia. Everybody want to say Donald Trump didn't say that, but they didn't watch the whole video. Donald Trump looked at that motherfucker when he got out the fucking car like a nigga do at the club on that nigga. That nigga at the club gonna tell you your ass ain't dressed for the fucking occasion. Hey,
Snake,
back in the day when I was in school.
Snake, listen, Snake, whenever, because you're
Donald Trump
right.
pulled that OG shit on him, though, right?
Whenever Zelensky pulled up in that SUV and he got out and Trump was like, little man, He was like, "What is
Trump
that? A
told that
tracksuit?"
nigga,
I was
hey,
like,
look how
"Oh
he
shit."
dressed now.
Man,
Hey, you don't
I
even
ain't
know
even
that was
gonna
the
lie.
first clap on him. Hey,
I'm
bro,
like,
I
just
go to
because it
ghetto
was so
clubs, man.
bad, like
Hey,
you
man, you ain't finna
would get
step
us
out
up
in the
out of here.
club with a t-shirt and blue jeans and fucking Reeboks on your feet and think you finna pull a hole up
So
in that
I'm
bitch
telling
that
you guys,
night.
so like I don't want
It ain't finna work.
YouTube to get us up out of here. So for you guys, y'all could just like go to just go to Google or Brave or whatever browser you use and type in Trump Zelensky little man. Whenever he
Man,
pulled
we
up,
gotta
whenever
get the rumble
Zelensky,
going, man. We
whenever
gotta get the
ours
rumble
pulled up,
going.
quite
Yo, I'm not even gonna lie, Portia.
whenever he came out the car, Trump was like, "Oh, little man, is that a track?"
I can't.
That's exactly. That's what Trump said. I ain't lying.
I can't.
Is that a tracksuit? Oh, little man.
She got
And you
a-
know,
what
Trump,
the
he like
fuck?
6'5".
Nigga, you act like you coming for war.
He like 5 foot.
Did you just see the
Zelensky like 5
movement?
foot.
White House down, nigga? You think you finna come take the White House
Oh my
today?
God. Snake, pipe down a little bit. You talking over everybody.
I'm sorry, but that nigga was high on crack, man.
I'm not even gonna lie, Portia. When Tom Gully said, "I can't quit Zelensky," man, I about fell off the couch and almost died. Okay.
Broke back Ukraine.
Oh my God.
What happened? I was interviewing Tom the other night, man. Tom sounded like a solid dude. That was a good interview. Y'all heard that live stream?
Let me see.
Tom did us a good pilot one night. He did like 3 hours with me.
Who you talking about, Snake?
Tom Gully.
Oh, Tom Gully. Hey, Stanley, if you're listening, Stanley, if you're out there in the interweb listening, I don't Snake really quick. Stanley, if you're listening, you can go ahead and start your show. I think I said it earlier. If you were listening, then the home of the tweet or something like that. You can go ahead and start your show, so I can go ahead and end this one because I have to show up in South Dallas tomorrow for collaboration day for.
I'm playing around like I ain't gotta go to work tomorrow.
The
Or
ELL, the English language learners. So
later on this morning.
Hey Virgo, when I get my channel started,
it's an hour and 40 minutes away, and so I have to.
Hey Portia, can I ask you for a favor? You need to give me and Virgo rights to this channel, like where we can do stream yours and share, like in the background. Cause when I start my new channel, I want me and Virgo. We're gonna do it Louisiana style. You know, I know she in Virginia, or Florida, or somewhere, but yeah, man.
You want me to cam up and start jigging?
I'm gonna hook up with you, Virgo, man. We're gonna get that shit together.
You want me to cam up and start jigging?
No,
because we could really do it. We could really do it Louisiana style.
I'm sorry. I'm a Christian man, and I respect
Snake,
your husband.
you said something about.
Love you, Ebony.
Okay, Snake. What did you say? You said what did you say, Snake?
I think Virgo can actually do her thing. But I think she gonna need a little background support, and I'm gonna do it once I get my computer built, because I got the parts on the way. Yeah, see, that's the only reason I sent you that cash app like that last night, because I had to decide on the power supply. And you was talking about getting off the interweb, so I said, "Oh, she finna close down, so I better go and get this in before she get out, before she go to sleep." So I went and just chose something. I don't know what it's gonna do. I don't know how my computer gonna operate, but I'm gonna try to make that shit work, man. I'm gonna have it done by Friday, depending on when the parts get here.
Okay, well, just let me know. Let us know whenever you're ready. Snake.
Yeah, man, cause like, you know what I'm saying? We be doing this shit. Stanley ain't got to do all this shit by himself.
Yeah, and I have to talk to the
He
rest
got
of
to
the
do
team.
it all by
Right?
himself. He doing a lot of heavy lifting. You doing a lot of heavy lifting. You know,
Portia should play Wipe Me Down right now.
Spending some quality time together. Cause in my opinion, it don't take more than 3 months to find love. It don't take that long.
Come on now, Portia, wipe me down.
Married. They dated 3 months and they got married with my black ass in the background.
What's your black ass in the background?
Yeah, I was already born from this man. I came out, I'm gonna be honest with you. My mama and daddy was already married when I was
Stanley
3.
would put all your asses in the background, except for me.
Yeah, but you know who Stanley's gonna put up?
We're gonna have to do a jigging contest.
Everybody hit that red button. Share it to your friends. Hey, shout out to DJ.
And I ain't even gonna lie. Them white boys, they got swag when it comes to jigging, okay? Not even gonna lie.
He was coming at your neck earlier about the white boys. That was funny.
What you said?
HB earlier, whenever he was doing.
Hey Virgo, we need to get on ahead and
support
Tom. Hey Virgo, do you ever spend time on Tom's channel? Hold on, Portia. Hey Virgo, you ever spend time on Tom's channel?
Yeah.
Hey, call in one day and ask him about the red heifer.
I you know what? I have called into Tom's channel actually.
I hadn't done it yet.
He doesn't do it all the time.
I gave John my number when I called his number when he had the number on the screen because he was having a computer problem. And now I said, oh shit, we got an owner that don't know computers, so I have to own a computer at this point. I gotta show him what to do, so I gotta go through the
laptop a day for John Galt.
I have to say, you guys, give me 1 second. We have Smitty in the building. Smitty, you know, I am so happy to see you, Smitty. I know I saw you earlier and I said something, but Smitty, listen, such a pleasure and an honor. It is so great seeing you, Smitty. I love it. It makes me happy. We have DJ MFB. He says Stanley would be furious at Snake right now if he was on the panel. MFB, you are correct. Correct. And we have Humble Presidents. Humble says, whenever Snake talks / yells, I get a strange hankering for bubblegum for bubblegum shrimp.
Oh God, Humble.
Hey man.
Oh my God.
My daddy, ironically, I'm gonna tell y'all a little story. Hold on. My daddy used to tell that same fucking exact story before that movie came out when he was in Vietnam. My daddy served in Vietnam. He was 101st Airborne. He was stationed in the Army. Can't remember too well because it's been so long. But he had stars. And he had a cluster of fucking badges as a fucking thing. But we lost that back in like 89, 87 when we moved. But my daddy had military uniforms up the ass. And my daddy had like hats. And when Donald Trump got in office in 2016, he gave commemoration to that unit, 101st Airborne, and my daddy was in that airborne unit. And my daddy used to skydive, and I always been scared of heights, but my daddy was never scared of heights. My daddy used to do window washing over there in Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas, that skyscraper unit that they used for that movie called Dallas, I think it was in Fort Worth. right up seminary. You know, you got to go all the way to seminary. I was on seminary when I was staying in Fort Worth.
Seminary.
Back in,
You mean the show Texas? You mean the
Okay, I
show
know what you're
Dallas?
talking about, seminary.
yeah. We walked into that building, and
Who
it was
shot
like,
J.R. Ewing?
I'm just saying, this is a story. I told my daddy we were going to Oklahoma to see my auntie. My auntie and my uncle was both in the Air Force unit. So, no, my uncle was in the Marine, my auntie was in the Air Force unit. They was living in Oklahoma at the time. We was going to Oklahoma. We were going through I-20 because of where I live, because it's just a straight shot and we could just shoot on right up to Oklahoma. But when I seen that building, I said, ain't that the building for Dallas? We walked in that building. It was me, my little sister, my mom, and my dad. We got in the elevator because I wanted to go to the top of the building. And my daddy went in there, and they actually let us in with all that press and the blitz going on. And I promise you, Donald Trump picked me up, and I sat there with Donald Trump in that building, riding up the elevator because he picked me up when I walked in the elevator because he was doing a photo shoot. And I'm talking about this had to be like in 1980, 81, 82, 83, somewhere up in that area. And that had to be years ago. Me and my dad was in that building again back in 2003. And that building was still standing down there in Dallas, Texas, or Fort Worth, Texas, because we were staying in Fort Worth, our seminary. But all I know, I just rode straight up the fucking highway. You know, I was going to the park, and they had old Riley. I knew where that old Riley was, but you could see that building right from that fucking old Riley's. Me and my daddy just rode there one day, and me and my daddy started talking about that day. And that had to be way back in the 80s.
Oh.
So I've been moved down to Trump because I wanted to go see J.R. I wanted to see if J.R. actually existed. I hadn't been no more than like 5 or 6 years old, but I loved the movie Dallas, the TV show Dallas. I didn't know what I was watching. I just seen white people on the screen.
It was Swellen that shot JR.
We would never know.
It was
nobody
Swellen.
talk about that shit. You know that ought to be something me and you ought to cover, Virgo.
Oh wait,
The
John
Dallas
set up
series.
another show. Did I inspire John tonight? You know what, guys? Really quick,
Just for the algorithm, just to have our name in the algorithm, we can start with a show like Dallas and
maybe
I got
Snake. Snake. Wait a minute,
My
Snake.
bad.
Can you hear me? I know you can hear me. Jesus Christ. Okay, so maybe I inspired John because he did kind of hop down. It is 1:42 my time, so it is Stanley's time. So I don't know if Stanley is sleeping or not, but I don't even know if Stanley's going live because me looking in the back. Hold on, wait. Let me look in the back. Okay, so today is.
You need to join the panel. I don't know what he's
Hold on, wait.
doing.
Hold on, no, because we have to end. Because what
always gotta be a
makes
deep.
it easier for me as the editor, I need everything to be. It needs to be smooth sailing. So like, hold on, wait, both men. So we have Stanley. Hold on, wait. Stanley. So this says land of white trash, grave, home of the Twee. So it looks like 2 a.m. and it's 1:43 a.m. So Stanley should be starting that show.
Why are you going at American Man though?
He
He not American Man. Why he going at Be Brave?
Who's going?
I mean, I have no clue. But, okay,
here. Hold on, wait.
To
Here, what you guys can see on the panel, looks like John Galt has set up a stream, and it's called "Blacks Are Democrat First: Trump State of the Union." Twitter feed, DC BLM mural removed. So,
I'm sorry,
John, shout out to you.
Is that a shorts?
No. He's gonna be. Hold on, wait. When is the stream set to go? Let me go back. This is gonna be live in 5 hours. So he'll be live at 7 a.m. And so just so you guys know, for this show, I'm more than likely sure that John is gonna go OBS, so you can't call into that show. However, we
I
will
can
have
call in. I
Stanley,
can call in. We're
and
gonna
then we
work
will
this shit
also
out tonight.
have
We're gonna fix this OBS shit.
HB. Yes, and so, oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm so
I can't
sorry.
wait
So,
till I get
you
my
guys can
computer built.
actually call in directly to the show on the phone number. You can use the phone number to call into the show.
Yeah.
But there won't be like a StreamYard link like how you guys are using right now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
let
it'd
me
be
go
more
to
like a
Stanley's.
premiere, right? Portia?
Yeah, it's just
More
like
a premiere. Yeah.
yeah. Whenever John does his, so let me save that. I'm doing like back stuff right now to make sure I took care of everything for Crack. I'm taking care
Where is
of
Good
everything
Crack?
for Stanley. And I have to
What
make
this
sure that I'm
man?
taking
He
care of
need to
everything
stop
for
doing this,
HB,
man.
of
He
course.
take too many
And
vacation days.
John.
He
Oh
on that
shoot.
white boy
Who am
time.
I? Where is it at? John.
I'm calling his ass out.
This Lex. Okay, so
You
this
need
is
to do more
John,
shows,
so I
man.
can have that sent. And we have
Goddamn
John
stock
sent
market
over
crashing, and
to
I don't know what to do.
HB. Okay, John over to HB. Stanley over to HB.
Yeah, sometimes
Okay.
you gotta come and remind niggas. Yeah, I'm a
John's
nigga.
playlist. John's playlist.
The only
John's
black people I
playlist.
hang with is Dial.
And then I have to do
And
Stanley's
Ramadan.
playlist. And then HB's playlist. HB's playlist. Yeah, I have a really good, strong feeling that. Hold on, wait. HB's playlist. Where's his playlist at? HB. Okay, there it goes.
Hey, Portia, you wanna do
Whenever I play this stuff for HB tomorrow, he is not gonna be happy, folks. I think that's really gonna.
What's
get to
happening?
him.
Well, hold on. What happened? What happened?
Stanley.
I'm gonna jump off, Portia. Appreciate
What you
you
mean you
having
jumping
me
off?
on.
Wait a minute. What happened?
Thank you for being
12th
a
man.
Thank
Love
you
you,
for
12th
being
man.
a great Republican.
Where you
Oh,
going,
Stanley.
man?
Oh, Stanley's here.
Come up
Hey,
here and
Stanley.
speak.
Stanley, I set the
really?
Stanley, I set
Bye,
the
12th
redirect.
man.
Hold on, wait,
Damn
really
you,
quick. So,
Stanley.
Stanley, since you're here in the building, Stanley, I already set the redirect. So as soon as you start your live, and Stanley, I set it for the home of the something in the land of the Twee, because I think that's the one. So I've already set
Land
the
of the
redirect. I have everything set up because I have to go to bed now. It's about to be 2 a.m. and I have to wake up in maybe about 3 hours or so because I have to drive 1 hour and 40 minutes to Dallas tomorrow for work. So if you want to go ahead and start yours, Stanley. Oh, and Stanley, thank you so much. I'm trying to keep up with you and John and y'all's scheduled shows in the back. And don't think that I'm stupid or silly. It's just I just want to verify, just because.
No,
So
you had a very traumatic event sound like today. What happened at the school today?
Thank you so much, Stanley. So if you Stanley, you can go ahead and get started so I can end this. The tornado and the sandstorm and the orange skies. It was orange, like deep orange skies for hours today. And
yeah, Portia saw the Eye of Sauron today.
getting a bit crazy.
Okay, so if that's the case, then do you think Ukraine and Russia retaliating because of Trump's decision to disrespect him at the White House?
Oh, wait, I need to make sure for Stanley's show. No, I think I did it for Stanley's show. I think I did.
Golly, Stanley, join the panel. Golly, man, we can make a smooth transition.
Well, no, okay, I did do it for Stanley's show. Yeah, so like the smooth transition. Tom,
about something about up in the Iron Sauron. I think that was in one of his last week's shows.
Yeah, so like
God
if Stanley actually
damn,
allows you up on his
solid.
panel, Snake, you can go there. But Tom, he was here for my stream tonight. which is great because y'all know I love Tom. And but I'm pretty sure
I
he'll be up
missed
for
it. I
Stanley's
missed it.
stream. But Stanley is probably not going
I'm
to
so
pull you up.
behind.
Snake.
I'm so behind. My bad, Portia. My bad,
You need to
Portia.
catch up. You need to catch up. No, it's okay.
Yeah, I gotta
I just
catch
need
up.
to. I'm just waiting on Stanley to start his live so that the redirect does what it needs to do, because we have 22 people in the building. Shout out to all 22 of you. Thank you for being here. If you just got here, or if you were here, you left, or you came back, thank you for being here. If you didn't hit the like, go ahead and hit the like button. We got
Hit
to
the like
watch
button, man.
tonight
Hit that
and
motherfucker like
talk about
button
a few
like
different
it's
things
mine.
here and there. And we're going to have Stanley Cross, the one and only Stanley Cross. Shout out to Stanley. Stanley, I love you. Stanley, he is here. He is in the building, and he's getting ready to start up his show. It's actually been a good night. And just like last night, Stanley, I am so sorry. Please forgive me, because I can't be doing like up until 2 a.m. because I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work in the morning. But
That's right.
shout out
That's
to
right.
Stanley.
That's
Shout
right.
out
That's
to
right. My
Virgo.
bad.
Shout out
My
to Solid
bad.
Snake. Shout out to John Galt. Shout out to 12th Man. All of you guys that have been on the panel tonight. I will let
We
you
love
guys
you,
continue. We're
Portia.
gonna talk up until we love you. I love you too, Solid Snake. So I'm gonna keep it rocking and rolling up until Stanley gets started, so everything works the way that it
Hurry
wants
up,
to.
Stanley.
Now,
God damn,
we
you
did
want
not
nigga
get to
time?
see Representative Latifah Simon, but don't you worry, we will be showing her tomorrow.
Hold on, Portia. I gotta say
You guys
something.
won't hear too much of my voice tomorrow because I will be a CMO, so I can't be talking like that, but I will be listening. I'll be listening.
Oh,
So.
shit, what's up? Hey,
Okay,
Stan, you
all right, it
can't
looks
be
like,
this
hold on, wait.
goddamn late now.
Jesus Christ.
You can't even press stage
Virgo.
to be this late. You gotta hurry up.
Virgo, I am
know
just
that. You gotta do better.
always happy to hear your voice. It
Same
makes
here.
me happy.
Be happy.
I have
Don't be
hiccups.
late.
Gosh, guys.
Don't be late. Stanley, get on the panel. Do something. Get
Oh my
right, man.
goodness.
Smooth transition is what we working for.
Solid.
Yes, and
Don't mute me. Don't
Solid
mute me,
Snake.
my bad.
No, I'm not gonna mute you. The transition is smooth, so we're gonna go ahead and end it over here because Stanley versus the world has started. So Snake, if you head over there,
There you go.
Stanley, he's probably not gonna let you up. Virgo, of course, he'll
No,
let
most
you up.
likely he's not. Nah,
But
he's
the
not.
the
Nah.
show has started over there, and I'm gonna go ahead and end it over here. So I need to try to at least take a power nap. So I want to
I'm
say
proud
thank you
of
to
you.
all of you that showed up. Y'all were here. Y'all hung out with us, and
Have a
got to
great
go
day
through
at
some
work
things,
tomorrow,
and we will-
Portia.
you too, Virgo. You too.
Yes.
You know, like I
Love
always
you,
say, if you
boy.
need me to pull up, somebody to pull up, we throw his hands.
I know you
when
got
I
my
can.
back, girl.
We throw things that might not be.
I didn't even
but
get to talk about what happened at work today.
Yeah, you gotta tell me. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to text you so you can tell me. So 20 people in the building, you guys that are in the chat, just stay put. You're gonna be redirected right to Stanley. And for Snake and Virgo, Snake, again, you can attempt. Don't listen to me. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna let you up. That's just Stanley. Virgo, he'll let you up, but he is live right now, so we're gonna go ahead and end this. I want to say thank you to all of you that were here tonight. Your support is amazing. It is incredible. I love all of you for it. Thank you, and shout out to all of you guys for the cash apps. The cash apps, they make a difference. And it's one of those things where it's like you don't want to like beg or anything like that, but it's just like, gosh, running a show, it is so expensive, and it's just nice to have those expenses covered as much as possible, because we have other bills out here in the real world. So thank you for those of you that have hit the cash app and have made a difference. Listen, I'm not rich, I'm broke, and I spend all of my free money on things to do this live show, and it's starting to catch up to me. So, you know, if you have it, that's great. If you don't, that's okay. I'll make a way out of no way. I might have to start being a hobo at the red light, asking for some
Oh,
pocket
stop
change to keep it going. However, we will address the Latifah, and we'll be doing a full-blown review in the morning. I will be a CMO, so I won't be able to talk, but I will be able to pull up the videos for HB2N. And for those of you that did not get to see all of the glory of this evening, you'll be able to catch it in the morning. So you guys, please head over to Stanley's if you haven't left already. Oh, look, I'm looking at the screen. No, you haven't left already. So those of you in the chat hang out, it'll go ahead and switch over. So good night to all of you. I love all of you. I thank all of you for your continued support. And hey, listen, everybody, we'll be back, right? Like we never left.
Like we never left.
Because we never do. We'll see y'all at Stanley's.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.